Guys, welcome back to the Siege X Community Cup Season 4, organized by Fragnation. We us alongside Santa for this game. This is going to be the second semi-final of this competition as we head into the grand finals tomorrow. But yesterday, Santa, those games were very interesting to say the least.
A lot interesting. A lot more interesting. Hussy Warriors versus Team Dim. Both the teams gave their best of the best, whereas Hussy Warriors got the better part of it, and Team Dim had a learning opportunity, and they are waiting on the lower brackets, or rather say, to redeem their position. So that as well would be an interesting match to see. Whereas today we have two teams. We'll talk about it a little. Whereas yesterday itself I mentioned that, right? If I see one of the team walking into the semi-final is going to be quite an interesting matchup. Let's hope it is the same case because I have seen these teams perform in the other tournaments, and I'm quite confident it's going to be quite an interesting, entertaining, and explosive match.
Yeah, I think it will be, but let's just take a look at the format that this competition has been following up till this point. It is that single elimination matchup, right? You lose one match,
Hmm.
you're out of the competition. That's exactly what you saw in the semifinals. There is no lower bracket that you can make your way through. It is the 5v5 game mode that we all love in Siege. It's pretty much the standard throughout the norm of this
Ooh.
game's existence. So that is something that you have. It's going to be the basic kind of Siege that you expect to show up. And yesterday's matchup, where was that 4v5? It shows you that even in a 4v5, if your four people are resilient, you can come out on top.
So, yes, now that you mentioned it's the single elimination and it's like one shot at victory, I went back and checked the brackets. And the big noob me thought so that there were low brackets. That's why I said pardon me, correction. Team Them is actually competing for the third position, and that will be a different matchup altogether. So, yes, single elimination, one shot at victory. It's like high stakes game, and you have to go all in. There is no other option. If you're out, and you have to try it out on the next tournament. And talking about the tournament, talking about C6, kindly spread the word about the game. Tell your friends to join and have fun in Rainbow Six.
Yes, and with that, let's just take a look at what these players are fighting for essentially at this point. These are your prize pools. There's a 50K INR complete prize pool that's divided into the 25K for that first person, like first prize. That's going to be decided tomorrow. But there's a significant prize of at least 5K between whoever plays today versus tomorrow, right? Like whoever gets at least locks in that
Yes.
15K, and the bottom place, whoever loses has to fight it out for the third versus fourth place for against Team Dim, where only R6 credits are available. Maximum of the actual money is locked in those top three positions.
Yes, and that's the beauty of it. 50,000, the first one gets 25,000, like half of it. Why not? We just spoke about it, right? So, single elimination, the winner takes all kind of situation, and winner takes all over here. Then we have the R coins as well. That's also to be looked forward for. Hence, folks, I said that, spread the word, tell them about the tournaments, ask them to join in and have fun as much as possible. Right. So, talking about the teams, here are the teams that I'm like quite excited for the semifinals too. We have Blitzkrieg and we have Won't Stop Peaking. And let me tell you, folks, Won't Stop Peaking will not stop peaking, and they are quite aggressive when it comes to the play. At the same point of time, Madness, what I observed is like more of like calculated aggression.
Mm-hmm. They look for the opportunities, they take them. That makes more sense. And like Hazim Warriors, they're pretty much all over the place. A lot of runouts coming out. That's also can put under that kind of an aggression that same we might see from WSP today. But I really
Mhm.
like One Star Picking's logo. That's a pretty boss ass logo right there for themselves to put it out against Blitzkrieg.
Yes.
Blitzkrieg looks like that self. But these are your two teams fighting. Whoever unfortunately will be losing out in this matchup will be facing against Team Dim for those credits as well as the prize pool. So that's a very interesting matchup because if you win, you get actual money. If you lose, you actually still get R6 coins. So that is something. It's going to be a fun match to watch. Unfortunately, we won't be broadcasting that. But as we continue on this first, who do you would say is the favorite coming into this matchup?
Favorite team player?
Yeah, which team do you think will end up winning?
You're kind of like putting me in a bind asking me this question. Whereas, again, I have seen both the teams contest against multiple other teams several times, and I know for the fact that Won't Stop Peaking will give very tough competition. At the same point of time, Blitz is known to take it head on. So it's almost like, 60-40 possibility. I do not really want to tilt in. Whereas for the purpose of the answer, I'll say that, 60% I'll go with Won't Stop Picking and 40% with Blitz. Blitzkrieg, guys, don't mind. It's for the purpose. So let's see who's the better one. And the match itself, the map itself will answer us.
Yeah, it's also important to see what kind of picks these guys are going for.
Oh,
Yesterday,
yes.
we saw Border, we saw Cafe, and we didn't get to see the third map because it was, wrapped up in just that 2-0 in favor of Hasib Warriors. But interesting to see what these teams, what their favorite picks are going to be like going into this. Yesterday, Nighthaven Labs was left to the side at the point we did not reach. And I'm
Hmm.
expecting maybe a bit more shallow events because everyone's very comfortable on that map at this point. Maybe get people out of the comfort zones and maybe pick out some advantages that way.
That is true, and it has happened several times during the play. We have witnessed it as well. So likely chance is that it would be covered. And yesterday's match, there were like slot of I won't say a lot of misses which were like deliberately done. Whereas I can say that it's during the heat of the moment. At the same point of time, we have seen team kind of like getting into the situation where it became a mind play, got caught up,
Mhm.
and then could not emerge out of it. So if those are the cases that is presented today. Again, I know Won't Stop Picking or Blitzkrieg might not fall for such scenario situations. At the same point of time, we are gamers at the end of the day, and when game presents these challenges, you have to just rise up, take it a notch higher, and tell the game, bring it on.
Yeah, whichever team does end up winning is also going to still have tough competition up ahead against Hasib Warriors in the grand finals because Hasib Warriors did put on a pretty good show yesterday. In the 4v5, they won it 7-4 in terms of rounds in that map, which was Cafe, mind you. A lot with that Monty play and
Yeah.
attack, and I really like how they defended. Like the aggression that comes out, they neutralize the man advantage in maybe the first 5 to 10 seconds of every single round. So that's a play that you have to
Yes.
watch out for. And if WSP is going to bring on performance like that with that kind of aggression, I can't wait to watch what they pull off. You're going to get to see some spawn picks. If the opposite team is aware of this and if Blitzkrieg does play according to this, they can actually make a WSP pay for that kind of aggression also.
I have seen this happening, Madness, and Won't Stop Peaking has done a lot of homework against their opponents in quite good number of tournaments, and it is like directly evident in their gameplay. Because as soon as you see, also adaptability is a factor which is very, very, very major in the gameplay of Won't Stop Peaking. Several times I have seen that when the opponent team, I mean, as of today, it's Blitzkrieg. And in the earlier tournaments, I have seen Hasib Warriors play against Won't Stop Picking. So as and when the opponent team kind of like presented a new set of challenge, or maybe came up with a different plan or a strategy, I saw Won't Stop Picking like instantaneously adapt to it. And while doing so, they lost like one round, but in the next round they picked it up and they kind of like took it a notch higher. And that was, my friend, a lot of entertainment and explosions. That's where I say that, C4s, bring it.
Mm. With that being said, guys, we're going to take a short break of around 5 minutes before we head into map number 1. Guys, welcome back. We even made our short break even shorter, and we welcome you back to the Siege X Community Cup Season 4, organized by Fragnation. As we delve into this, we'll be very shortly jumping in, but I think there's nothing left to talk about these teams. It's just yet to see what kind of action will be displayed between these two teams coming. Will the aggression be matched with? Will the Unstoppable be forced met with the Unstoppable Wall? And hopefully that they can see how well they can perform. But without any further ado, let's head into the map vetoes for this semi-final two over here, Santa.
I want to see. Oh, okay. I kind of like expected a different set of pick and a pan. Whereas, you know what? Yesterday we sort of spoken a little bit about Night Haven's lab. Night Haven's lab was a decider map, which did not happen. Seems like the players wanted to begin it with it. So that's where we'll start. And Team Blitz has Blitzkrieg has picked it up. Now, got to see how exactly they are performing. While as won't stop picking. They are quite strong in Cafe Dostoevsky, that's the pick. So Team Blitzkrieg has to be really very, very prepared when they are entering the second map. And let's say if these two matches happen as a decider, the decider will be in the map of Clubhouse. Be ready. It's going to be a quite an interesting one because the angles that to be covered are a lot more. Now, talking about Night Haven's lab and this particular match, we have Blitzkrieg, and from Blitzkrieg, we have Parko. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the name. Rippen. I'm sorry for that. Ashami, and then Ions player. And on the other side, from Won't Stop Peaking, we have Desmond, Vinci, Buckinator, I Am Noob, Dark Lord. Now, let me tell you about I Am Noob a little bit. It's only the name, and that's a complete opposite. So don't go by the name. This guy creates a lot of situations. And Madness to join in, we have Lion, Capital, Maverick, Hibana, Ash to begin with. On the other side, we have Kai, Bandit, Valkyrie, Capcan, and I'm liking that Valkyrie skin a lot.
Yeah, it is looking good. We do see some bans also coming into this map. You can see the Mira Maestro has been banned out. The Ace and Thermite, two hard breachers getting banned out by WSP. They have plans of just securing this now, and it makes sense because they are taking us all the way to the bottom of Night Haven Labs over here for their first sight in this matchup. And I'm a bit disappointed. The team named Blitzkrieg has not taken Blitz up in their attacking half. It seems a little bit we're wasting out some meme energy over here, but round has been started out. We are just ending almost this prep phase for us as we head into it. We might see a switch, the couple of switches there from the attackers. They may be switching out the line for the Jackal, the Capita for the Ram, the Mav for the Hivana. Let's see if that does manifest at the end, and it does, and we even get to see a striker coming in over here, Santa.
Yes, the striker that can make a big one, and walking into the same. We have Ion's Flare carrying the diffusal kit has to be prepared. 2 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. What I want to see is the opening and looks as if kind of like about to connect. That did not exactly happen. Has a huge cover. At the same point of time, the intel has been relayed. So I see Desmond making a big time move on the other side, and Vinci is very well prepared. He could easily get 2 kills. I shouldn't have said that. So 2 kills is what I'm expecting. Now, is it Desmond who's gonna pick it off or Vinci?
About who actually gets this pickup. There is that vertical being used currently by them. As you can see, Ven ends up going down to a C4 charge, detonated by Buckinator, claiming first blood in this entire series, points for themselves over here. But that's exactly what Sandra loves to see, the C4 from below. Another, but no, this is the Capcan trap by Vinci that catches out Ions. We're not checking our corners over the Hibana, and Hibana pays the price with his life. It looks like we're going to even get another catch out. That is a knock, and it's going to be that's a very delayed finish coming in from Vinci on Ashami. Don't know if he's toying around or what was going through his mind, but as it stands, it's 5v2 in favor of the defenders, and this is a very uphill battle for Blitz if they want to get a point out of this.
Right from the beginning, a lot of aggression has been put in, and they gave an indication that you have to be ready for the next set of action. The last 2 standing, making an attempt to go further, whereas health is so low, and there we go. A single shot is all that's needed. Vinci made it happen. Sparko going down, and the last one standing didn't have any chance, and not even the necessity of using C4, whereas the explosion kind of like worked in the favor, and on the other side, preparation was done. So you saw how they flushed the last player towards the corner, and from Won't Stop Peeking, they were very well prepared. So instant connections, delete, and then tata bye bye. The first round into the name. Now we are just into the first round. So if I can see a 1-1, that's when I can say that Blitzkrieg came prepared for the aggression of Won't Stop Peeking.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm just trying to do. They when he walks into a quick one, I would expect them to check this out. Unfortunate for one of their members, they also ate the C4 from the Valkyrie earlier onto the round. So just one by one, their numbers were whittled away until a point where they just didn't have anything to answer back. You had a Jackal and a Striker left at the end of the round. What are you going to do at that point? Now they seem to be still bringing at the line that they had swapped in later, as well as the Captain and the Mav and the Hibana. So let's see what else plays they have it for us. For the side of WSP, they have taken away all hard breachers and have brought in two electrics instead. They have brought in the bandit, they've brought in the kite, and you can see they have cameras, they have a couple of trap setups. Let's see if it can make impact between them right now as the round is going to begin. We don't see any switches from Blitz this time. They're going to stick to the game plan they had thought of before they had seen the opposing operators.
Oh, preparations are done. The site is well defended, so the breach is slightly on the mark. I mean to say, it may not be that easy as thought so. Whereas gathering intel is something being done at the same point of time, trying to make those entry positions. Vayne going for it. Vinci, that's a cheeky angle that is created and covered. And I was like almost at the point saying that, oh, ready for the kill.
It looks like he's ready. The bandit charge. Bandit has to be careful. The mav's being done and ready at the feet level. If anybody's ready there, they can get the kill. And that's exactly what happens. Bandit goes down to the hands of Ashami. And Ashami gets shredded out by the Frost. Actually, Desmond picks up the trick. It's still 4-4. But the mav wall is going to take away the complete reinforcement. They can just breach this or just blast their way through after that point. This is what you have to do when you don't have that much hard breaches. You just bring in the mav and just get rid of every single thing. Bandit paid his life, but it gets traded out. Line charge does be brought forth. Oh, a nice cheeky upside down angle. He almost caught out the Azami, but the Azami gets away with the life as we continue with this round. 1 minute 42 seconds. Azami crosses back from the same part. But look at this. Desmond uses that info to actually get the kill onto Ions, who's hanging upside down. And Vinci gets the kill onto Sparko on the other side. So this is looking like WSP with their aggression yet again.
Absolutely, aggression indeed it is. That too is it's the calculated aggression as I mentioned, and the team communicates so well. I think that it's going to be a headbanger, but when had the better? And yes, it's a headbanger over Desmond. Got to see how it's going to be countered by Buckinator. About to move into the picture. On the other side, we have the player very well prepared. Vinci so all low on health. All that's needed is like a slight bit of explosion, even a little bit farther away, or maybe a grazer bullet is all that's needed. But he's very well prepared, and when he had a very good angle. Seems like this is a round where it would be 1-1.
It can be like this, but when I like that. He's got two picks from almost the exact same area as the Capitao. And now Sprint has also made his mark, takes down Vinci as they continue on. It's a 2 versus 1. Buccaneers is trying to whittle down the numbers, but unfortunately for him, it's hit head on the chopping block. He goes down, and that is going to be the attacker securing their first round, making it 1-1 like you were predicting, Santa.
Yes. So now I can safely say that, Team Blitzkrieg has come prepared for the aggression of Won't Stop Peeking. And that gives me a hope, that gives me a possibility to think that we might see some competitive play. Of course, it's a competitive play. Why did I say that? We can expect a lot more of equalizing scenarios. But then again, we have just witnessed 2 rounds. So already saying that it would be like equalizing scenarios might not be correct. Whereas if I see 2-2, then I can go with a certain assurance that the games would be quite equalizing sort of scenarios, or probably overtime is something like way too far to talk about. Whereas we can see that. Alright, so from Blitzkrieg, a pattern is kind of like emerging. I see that in most of the times it's when, or maybe, if Aeon's player is the one to go further,
10
it's
seconds
kind of
left.
like moving in. And from Won't Stop Taking, Madness, since I have seen them play
5 seconds
earlier,
left.
let me tell you that I am Noob is a player who kind of like creates the angles for the team. Right, he's the one who's sort of like, though the operator may not allow him to roam around a lot, at the same point of time, he's that kind of player who you would find in a very cheeky angle sort of situations. Then when it comes to Buckinator, he's like, the final blow, the final nail to the coffin. So even if the entire team is sort of like in a difficult scenario situation, Buckinator kind of like rises up in those situations where it is like extremely difficult. So I can say like, he's the cavalry for the team. So when we talk about Vinci and Desmond, oh my goodness, they are like the arrow tips.
Makes sense, makes sense. And Buckinator wants to right out. Again, the Mav angles are being created over here on the bottom side. Can they get the bandage? This time his free fire comes in from Desmond. Doesn't catch anyone. Mav's already done with the bottom side of the reinforcements, going for the top right now. This is where another cheek angle was developed earlier on where they got their picks from. But Desmond is just pre-firing every single, crack in this hole. Another vertical has been opened up from the bottom side this time, but this time the wall goes down. They had the ass charge to break it as soon as the Mav gets rid of the both walls that wasn't there available last time. They didn't even break down the wall. They were just getting picked off through this, and that's actually where Ven got a majority of his kills to the bottom side of this reinforcement part.
Majority of the kills, and that's going to increase 3 to the name already. Vinci is the other on the other side with 4. I am no about to begin it and Desmond with 2. So these numbers will change as soon as we walk into the further rounds. Dark took a lot of damage, has to be cautious about it. Took a little bit on the utility as well. Ashmi moving in. Is it going to be trouble for the player? Because he's kind of like falling into, kind of like moving into a trap that's been set. So it's a situation from where, oh, meanwhile, it's been taken care of as well. I thought so, it's going to take a moment, but Buckinator falling. This is a round that is going 2-1 already.
It's kind of looking like that. Amnu does answer back, makes it a 2v4 for WSP. Can they actually bounce back? Can Buckinator and Desmond pull this off? Desmond has to hit the shot over there. Sparko takes it up on the other side. Amnu gets another frag for himself. He's currently in a 1 versus 3 against an Ash, against a Capita who's dishing out the smokes, plus a line charge. Is there? No, it's actually not available. But how much can Amnu do as the Soul Malusi left open over? The plant is going down. That gets taken care by Capita over here as it's working. You can see Aimnu's trying to walk into the fight, trying to jiggle pick as much as he can, just as the lean, the QEs, but it's not much. He gets a bit of chip damage from Zami, but that's all that there is to look for. How much can Aimnu do this? He's getting shot from 2 different angles. He's looking for one. They're not peeking together. Finally, Blitzkrieg thinks it's enough is enough, peeks together as a triple man and gets the frag onto Aimnu.
The better strat worked entirely, and Blitzkrieg made it happen. They knew for the fact that IamNoob had to be covered, and the players made it happen. So here we are at the situation from where we will see some more aggression from Won't Stop Taking, and I'm expecting it would be slightly over the edge where you feel like they're just not running into it. Meanwhile, we'll see Valkyrie and Hibana ban. That's going to affect, I believe so. Buckinator is the one who is like quite good with Hibana. I have to just look forward. So Ash Striker, Maverick, Ram along with Jackal. Vinci is good. Sorry, that's Ven who picked Ram. I was thinking about the other side. So Legend, Captain, Azami, Smoke, and Bandit. I am Noob is very good with Bandit. And Desmond with Smoke creates sort of situations to look forward for. Walking into round number 4. I'm definitely expecting an equalizer over here. At the same point of time, come on guys, C4 explosions, we are missing on that.
Well, we did get one at least in the beginning, and now because Valkyrie's out of the picture, only I am Noob has the one, just the Soul C4 on that Bandit. But he wasn't playing Bandit in the previous 2 rounds, but it's the Bandit that actually ended up going down twice in quick succession in most of the rounds that they did end up giving up as WSB. So you have to keep in mind, if I'm playing the Bandit, if he's more on the roaming role instead of just denying info, because the Maverick's going to come out no matter what, you know that. The Ram's going to be coming for the vertical on top. You have Sparko on the Jackal, who's going to be tracking people down who are roaming. And the Striker is interesting. You just want to bring out double util, essentially. The hard breach plus the EMP. That's why the Striker has come in And Nishami on this Ash did open up the wall last time. Let's see if he's going for more direct approach as that operator dictates.
Before the storm.
Direct approach. Oh, and we're talking about the approach. Already the opening frag happened. Vinci was not supposed to go down. That's a big number. And the situation is already tilting. Again, it's like just because one player has fallen down, I shouldn't say that, the situation is tilting towards Blitzkrieg, whereas it definitely looks so. Now, if Buckinator and Adak kind of like rises up to the situation right along with Desmond, it's going to be quite a tougher battle. And what we've spoken about, I am Nob is already going on the rotation. Seems like he already got the intel for 2, so that's gonna be quick 2 kills. I expect so. Meanwhile, the camps placement and looking at the way the angles is covered, Ven might fall into trouble.
Then might honestly fall in trouble if he can't actually anticipate, might go for him. Upside down repel, not that successful for Shami, who had got the opening pick for this round onto Vinci. He had gone in, got the kill, just gets back out, does his job, now leaves a lot of open blanks or open missing question marks for the side of WSP's defense. You can see that their aggression is not working out, but just as I'm saying that, Buckinator gets the pick onto Sparko this time, coming alive as the Legion. Let's see if he can actually get another frag. A person was coming down the stairs, going too close to the window. He's gonna crash, but he actually jumps in. Then, not aware that Buckinator could be here, Buckinator picks up pretty much the freest kill of his life on that jumping in Jackal, who was just hunting Buckinator, and very unsuccessfully. The Predator honestly became the prey in that scenario, and Buckinator is fighting again, takes down heroic damage onto Ions, and now he's going for more. He's cornered in a corner over there. Can he get the pick? There's a reload coming in, and that's going to be what causes the demise of the Legion. The reload at the wrong time. Ions gets the kill, but loses a majority of his HP for that.
That's a big one to work with, and Blitzkrieg slowly walking into the situation. Equalizer around the corner, whereas it is like, I cannot safely say it's going to be easy. Meanwhile, the spikes made it mark, and that's position revealed. Immediately capitalized on the same. Dark Lord moving in, Ajami can't get into trouble, and that's indeed wherein it traded. That's a 2v2, whereas the problem, health is of a lot low. I don't see the point where 3-1 is possibility, whereas equalizer for sure it is.
They are trying to go in for more at this point, but the time is not there. Actually, they get the kills. He had already got the down, and the last person fell to the Kapkan trap, actually, at that point. So from the grave, honestly, the Kapkan, who was the first casualty in this fight, actually gets the ultimate kill. So that's a bit of a sweet bitter note for him, at least. But as we head in, the equalizer has been done. It's 2-2 rounds for each of them, and I think Buckinator is most of the worries for Blitz at this point.
Worry it has to be, probably. Now how they are going to deal with the situation is got to think about it a little bit. So let's see what Won't Stop Picking is going to make it possible or not, and how Blitzkrieg is going to counter the same. And we are already at the 2-2 mark. So you know what, Madness, I can very safely say that this map is going to go like equalizer scenarios. We'll see those 3-3s, 4-4s, and even if we are going towards the overtime sort of situation, we do not really have to be surprised about it. So ladies and gentlemen, grab your coffee, grab more popcorn, be ready, because there's a lot of R6X action. Having said that, you know what Won't Stop Picking does. So once they begin the show, it's going to be quite different.
And Kite comes out just to do the hatch above and will get away to safety. I don't think anyone's going to catch him out. He gets away with his life as well. And they've brought double electric yet again from WSP. This seems to be their motto whenever they can actually go for it. And with this, you can see the hatches that you have to get the electric on Kite is always going to be your choice. Buccaneers is yet again going to be on the Legion Ven with the Ram. And let's see if this time Sparko can actually find any prey as a Jackal. That's what you have to get the majority. Ajami got that opening frag, but last time they couldn't convert it into quick numbers. numbers enough. They couldn't take advantage of that surprise attack essentially, and the tempo fell off. They fell off, and WSB picks up that round. But as we head in further over this side of bracket, going to be broken. Not many picks essentially can be coming out. There's pre-fires, and Dark
Ooh.
Lord claims the kill on Ashami. This time the Ash is not successful, and you can see a run out. He's going to go in. He knew exactly where Ven was, but gets countered by Sprint at least. And Vinci picks up Ions on the other side. Vinci gets another, and Sprint also gets another double kill for both of these players, as it's a 3 versus 1 for WSP. Sprint, the only man alive. How far can he actually sprint this time as that striker? He has 2 RBGs and an EMP, but not much use if no one's covering your back. Not much you can do. They have to just hunt and find this man, and it's just a moment of time before WSP collapses, unless Sprint can come with a miracle.
Vinci knows for sure the angle is covered and he is very well prepared, waiting for Sprint to walk into the line of fire. On the other side, I am Noob working for the same, trying to flush the player towards Vinci. Buccinator as well held the area. So it's like kind of like a waiting game for a couple of moments. Enough says the players are really so, but Vinci quite patient, prepared for the same. Now, where is Sprint? We're checking through the cams, kind of like a position reveal. I am no might get into a big time trouble, but the crossfire created and banger. Vinci gets it as they have laid the trap. What? Directly into the line of fire, and that's a head connection. Oh my goodness, the patience levels with which Vinci has held the corner, and particularly the confidence with which he has moved in. He knew that the team will work together and they will make it happen, and that happened.
Yeah, they did, and Vince, and I like the pre-fire by his other teammate to make sure that this guy does not check the corner. The striker does not look at Vinci, so that's good teamwork and synergy coming up for them. This is the last defending round for WSP in normal time. At least we have not seen overtime at least since yesterday. We might change that up to here, just given how these teams are just going neck for neck, blow for blow against each other. But the adaptation is not going to be changed much. Blitz pretty much bring the same 5 operators that they have been running pretty much every single time. Only the Maverick was missing in that last round. Let's see if this is their true and tied bread and butter, if they can actually make an impact. Goyo coming in for Desmond. Buccinator still going to be on the Legion. Vinci yet again on the Frost. And upside is where I Am Noob comes out with the Wamai for himself. So let's see if you can just deny some more info. Dark Lords, Azamis, we haven't been seeing much impact for them, but that's also just due to Vinci just being a complete menace on this map.
Vinci is a menace, and not just this map madness, he has been the same in several. He's a kind of he's one of the player where I might be wrong when I'm saying this, but it's purely with the observation that I have done. Like if Vinci is there in the map, it's kind of a strength factor to the entire team, and he takes it further. That's the reason why he said that Vinci and Buccinator are like these spearheads. They take it further, and the numbers are sort of speaking for the same. 8 for Vinci, 4 for Buccinator, with 3 deaths each. And on the other side, you see like an equal sort of performance from Dark Lord, Desmond, and I Am Noob. Now talking about Blitzkrieg, they as well are going head on with Won't Stop Peeking. Now while talking about the same, Ashami might get a quick kill over here. 2 players right in front. He's just waiting for a bit of space to make further for. And if Blitzkrieg are able to do the same that Won't Stop Peeking has done on the prior round, they will definitely see 2 kills, and they are right in front.
They are right in front. The Ash blows open the wall that was reinforced by the Maverick, and now a line charge. They're making their move right now, using the nades to clear a lot of the barbed wire as well and clear angles. And the upside down repel. Can you catch him out? No, the spray does not connect from Desmond, but Ashami's spray does connect onto I Am Noob. I Am Noob no longer with us. The Shami's looking for more irons, hitting a nice angle, trying to pick up anybody in the doorway, walks in, gets caught out instantly by Desmond, who swings right into it. But now Desmond's caught between a rock and a hard place. Not many places he can go, but does make his way out. And you can see them trying to do as much as they can. The Lion's trying to walk in. The Azami's preventing him actually from walking up even further. Barbed wires I hit here are being broken by Blitz as they try to make their way in. There is a sensor above that gets the noise track. A Legion Goo Mine also in the feed. So this is just being annoying. 1 minute left on the clock as Blitz are trying to make their way in. You can see the angle being held by Desmond. He's doing a lot of the swinging and doing in these fights. Finally, the sensor goes down. The ring was even irritating me at that point. And now they're making the advances. The nade comes out, does not connect, flies past the ears of Ashami as you're walking in at this point. Jackal's made his way over. Ashami's trying to walk in from this side, but doesn't know that he's snugging into the close step. He's hiding below this half wall at this point. Can he be caught out? A pre-fire is coming in. The fire is coming in from the Capitao as well. And I'm expecting some smoke. Dark Lord gets the kill onto Spark. The Goyo gets triggered. You're burning even more time. And now it's about Blitz trying to enter. You get a knock from WSP. So it's a 1 versus 3 essentially. If Ashami can't get picked up, and Ashami's in a very tricky situation. Capito's trying to fight for his life. Ben gets the kill onto Dark Lord. Is there a trade possible? Ashami's even been picked up. No, he's still down on the ground. It's Capitao versus the world, and apparently the world was too heavy for him. WSP take a confirmed lead in this map.
Lead it is, and they made it possible 4-2. This is where round 6 has normally, usually, and a lot of times brought in surprises. I should have said that before the round began. I completely forgot. And now that I say that, it doesn't really count. Whereas Won't Stop Picking, we have seen them doing this stuff time and again in several of the plays, and they are very well prepared. Now, just to talk about the prior round, you saw how they held the corner. Where Blitzkrieg kind of like fell is like the entire concentration went over the one player that was like behind the corner with the Vector, and while trying to flush him off the mark, a lot of rotation happened, counters were done, and they made the best out of the situation, getting the round, getting the kills and getting the round into their name. Now, talking about this round, we are walking in with Frost, Valkyrie, Kaid, Mute, and Jaeger. On the other side, we'll see Thatcher, Twitch, Ash, Sledge, Thermite. Beautiful screen over Sledge. Let's walk in style.
Yeah, and look at the bans coming in to this change agent. Halftime, the Maverick Ace banned out by Blitz, the Mira Azami banned out by WSP. About how they want to work around this. So the Maverick's not available for opening the holes. I would expect some electric coming out. That's exactly what Ions has brought in with the Kai. It's going to be hard and tricky to get away with it. The Thatcher is available if you want to go for those plays, and if you can, Kai trick can be useful. Buccaneer might be making a switch from the Sledge, covering the IQ right now, and that's good point given that Ven has picked up the Valkyrie that's been left open. Not quite sure why the Ram is getting picked in. Oh, that might make more sense if it's not changed, but no, it does get picked up for them for this upper side. I'm not quite sure how much the Ram can help. Maybe it's through walls that are not reinforced, you can break open, create some more angles, but we've seen a lot of fights basically at that garage door on top.
If it runs on batteries, I see it.
Fights, it is 2-4. Can we see the 4-4 situation? Is it possible? Would Won't Stopping be able to allow the team to do so is the question of the hour, and that's like lingering in my head. So waiting for the same and how Blitzkrieg is going to take it further. Round number 7, not gonna be easy for sure. Walking into the line of fire, and now that Won't Stop Picking is on the attacking end, the calculated aggression they have been presenting for, it's going to be quite big and huge. A lot of utilities to work with. And on the other side, I'm kind of gonna get excited because I see 3 C4s. One in the hands of Ion's player, then Bean, and then Sparko. Sorry, that's not Sparko, that is Sprint. So, let's get ready. And the first one. I said
Sprint does get the C4. Yes, the C4 to Vinci. The Jaeger has been fighting Dark Lord for quite some time, and Jaeger does come on top. We even saw him do that trick where he was looking to be put on the bracket, puts it back down, just fades out the sound. Didn't get out the kill then, but finally got the kill onto Dark Lord. Ions just peeking, just trying to poke as much, has the holographic onto the Kite shotgun, and a long range ankle being activated by I Am Noob. He's trying to just jiggle peek in for the kill, but no, not successful. Now holding an angle from a slightly righter side, doesn't get the kill either, but WSP numbers have been whittled down to just 2. Only Desmond and I Am Noob are surviving right now.
Desmond and IMNO have to make it happen. It's a 2v5 situation. I know it is really difficult for the team to handle a 2v5, whereas the first one is about to happen. Desmond has to get the best out of it and not losing a lot of health. Shami on the other side, kind of like getting low. Meanwhile, Desmond falling for the trap that was not supposed to happen. A lot of health is taken off. Now this would disallow him to go for the further battles, whereas I am Noob on the other side is walking directly in through the crossfire. Can get into big time trouble, and that's what happened, whereas he got the better out of the situation when falls down. Now it's a 1v4 with Ashami low on health. Goes for the second. Got to see if he would be able to take him down, but the verticality not in his favor. All that's needed is a frag, and it would be like a big chunk of health taken out. Particularly the Sterling SMG is going to be a lot of firepower. 3 players walking over him. Oh my goodness, I am no might get into big time trouble, and this round would be just like that over in like 5 seconds. Wherein time is of essence. I am no. Where are you?
I think he's just playing for KD at this point. He can't honestly do much. Just throwing EMP charges, get some ADSs out of the way from the side of Blitz, but he's just
yes.
trying to boost his KD, and Jaeger is not going to let that happen. As Ami just sits in the corner, not going to move. At the end comes out, but yeah, this time's already up. Not much you can do, and I'm just going to be a KD emergent, going to save that up. And Blitz pick up a very important third round for themselves, closing up into the just 1 point difference between both these teams in terms of round. And WSP's first attack went completely unsuccessful.
I'm thinking why and what. We'll go further from there. But Frost, Valkyrie, Kaid, Bandit, and Fender. I got to say if that's going to make a difference, and it will make a big one, I believe so. On the other side, 3-4 situation, and particularly when I have no left out, I was like kind of like counting on Desmond and I am no, because I have seen these two making some crucial as well as crazy plays, I would say, which has kind of like given them the victory in such sort of situations. At the same point of time, you know what, it may not work all the time, right? So, and particularly when you're playing against a team which has done their homework, because the play style of Blitzkrieg is directly evident that they came prepared for the plan and the strategy of Won't Stop Picking. And it is showing in time and again. You see every counter is being performed. You cover the angles and it's being, you know, counted immediately. Maybe the rotation factor with the utilities in place, etc. Nada. It's not gonna be easy. And talking about the same Buckinator says, guys, let's wake up. Let's show Blitzkrieg something, and gets the best opening frag, I'll say. Followed by an equalizer.
Yeah, Ven gets the trade, but it's on to Vinci instead. Sparkle was delayed in putting on the Frostman, and off the sound cue, Buccaneer just sprays to the window, gets the kill he needs, and he picks up another on Ven. The MP7 with the ACOG coming out for this 0. Buckinator just showing what he is made of, getting 2 opening frags for his team. The Rams coming into effect, creating vertical already, and Rams still outside the building. C4s come in, but hit nobody. Now Sprint doesn't even have the C4 available later on into the round. It's only just 2 minutes left in it as well. So this is fast work from WSP. Amount of numbers they've got out. They even got, but Bliss did get Vinci. They did get their hard breach, but Zero does have the secondary hard breach charge if he wants to open up some of these hatches with the help of Desmond, given there's a guide on most of the hatches. But they're just keeping some rotations here from the side of Blitz. They've turtled up onto site, essentially. Fender is looking to be placing one of his gadgets there. He places it close to the hatch. A C4 is available to Ion. This is going to be a C4 that can make or break their round, because if it hits, it equalizes the numbers. If it doesn't, it's going to give away a lot of info as well, and now WCP won't have to even worry about that secondary. The Thatcher EMP charge comes out. I'm expecting a hard breach is going to sit onto it. That's exactly what Zero is going to be. Another EMP charge for good measure, because the Zero made his way later onto the point, but these turtle up members from Blitz are in for some pain. They're just going to have to battle it as best as they can.
3v4 situation, battle around the T's, and situation working in the favor. Meanwhile, the time is of the essence. Last 60 seconds. The clock is ticking, and the players are very well prepared. Moving into the line of fire, this is not gonna be easy at all. Whereas the counters are there, so that's where I'm counting in. And if the intel is properly relayed, I believe so. Dark Lord is about to get a kill over here. He knows for sure the player is right around the bend. A pixel. But again, why are you overpeaking over there? That's where it would fall. Ion player on the other side took a little bit of chunk at the same point of time. Reconnection did not happen. The gets the best, and there's where Dark Lord has risen up to the situation. And the last one standing goes down into the name of Bakinator. Big one, big moves, and won't stop peeking, walking directly into one step close situation. So one more round.
Buccaneer picks up 3 kills in that round. He's gone huge, and those two opening frags essentially on the Valkyrie, onto the Frost, and that's Sparko who's trying to do a lot in that role. But unfortunately, he was late in that Frost trap, and Buccaneer taking full advantage of itself. 1 point away from being on map point for the WSP. Blitz have to step up the pace slightly now. They have taken the basement yet again. Let's see if they can bring out something else this time, because unfortunately the last round they couldn't run, and Ashami has left. Oh no, Ashami is disconnected at the last second of the loading screen, so the pause is not there. So they're calling for an admin right now. Let's see if that comes. I think they're gonna have to rehost it right here. Oh no, this is just gone from worse to disastrous for Blitz if this rehost doesn't come.
Let's hope so. The rehost may not happen. Not certain at this point. We have to just wait for the call to be taken care of. Or else, madness, is it like a repeat situation from yesterday? Is it something being planned out? I don't know. If that's the case, then why not 4-5? And why not have some more entertainment and fun? I mean, it is fun and entertainment for us, but not for the players.
Oh no, the players are mentally. Look at the chat. Admin, hello. Are you? No. Hold up. We'll get you the Rio. So probably this round might not even get counted if things go completely right for them. And Blitz members are a bit tilted as they head into, especially a 4v5. This is going to be a harder situation for them. The Ivana from a long range is going to be opening up these hatches for himself. I think Blitz members are a bit infuriated about what's been done to them. It's a very unfortunate situation that they find themselves in. And WSP, like any good team at this level of competition, is going to try and take complete advantage of it.
I have to say yes to that, and I'm also looking forward for sort of working at 10, and Sparko was of some other thought because that was not the angle to fall for. Now all 3 remaining has a C4 in hand, and now let's see what the best they can make out of the situation. And they got to stay alive with 1 player shot and with 1 player off already. Not going to be easy for sure, and it's a 3v5. Only the traps are set and it's working in the name. Meanwhile, a quick rotation won't stop picking, laying the foundation towards the next step. A minute 40 seconds on the clock. Vinci gets the bigger one, and when was not supposed to go down. It is all up to play and sprint. Does not look it's going to be in their favor.
And the hatch was not even reinforced. You could have just got it normally as well. The C4 goes out. The C4 does not catch its intended target completely. The calls are coming in. Ions, pick up your phone. Things like Death is calling. Ions is like, no, I am Death itself. Takes down 2 people before Buckinator can end the fight and end the misery for the side of Blitz, because this was a 4v5 when the round started. And now this is putting WSP on match point. This might be a bit of a controversy just given how this situation has happened.
Agreed on that front, and I'm sure that it will be handled appropriately. So walking into the round, now got to see what sort of situation would be presented. As it would it be a rehost, would it like continue, or maybe kind of like calculations could be done for the same, so that neither of them are going off the mark. So Blitzkrieg as of now at 3 and won't stopping with 6. It's a round where I believe quite confidently that Won't Stop Picking will take the victory away, because most of the times, and I can say that with quite a bit of assurance, that 90% of the times Won't Stop Picking, whenever they are at the number 6, it's like their play, and they are quite confident on the same on the front as well.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have a pause while we sort out the situation. As it does stand until we know right now,
Mhm.
WSP are taking that standpoint of just getting under. And this is, mind you, Blitz's map pick coming into
Hmm.
this series, so this would
Oh
be
yes.
an effect on to them, and you could already see them in that situation. Were already in a bit of trouble, right? They had
Hmm.
asked for that
Hmm.
rehost earlier, but they didn't come in. They played a bit tilted in the 45. They went down in easy numbers, and WSP is just going to take advantage of anything that is going for them. And we're getting also some info that this round is not going to be counted. So WSP is still going to be on that 5 mark. The rehost will actually be happening. So some justice for Blitz at least, and they don't have to be worried about just that 1 point difference between WSP taking this map for themselves.
1 point differential, yes. At the same point of time, we have seen what the teams have done so far. So I'm quite confident it would be like the same score when the rehost happens. Again, let it not be a casticus, whereas we can most likely see the same score because I have seen Won't Stop Peaking, and we have witnessed Blitzkrieg today as well. So they are giving tough competition at the same point of time when you're against a formidable opponent like Won't Stop Peaking. Not going to be easy at all. So to counter this, Blitzkrieg really have to buckle up to
Mhm.
the situation, and how exactly they are going to take it further is going to be a question.
And it seems that also we're going to take a slight break before we resume the action. And let's hope so that Blitz can regain their mental and regain some composure as we head into the game shortly after. Guys, welcome back to the CJ Community Club Season 4, organized by Fragnation. Last you saw it, it was match point for WSP, but that round is going to be re-rolled backwards into the past. It's going to be them 5, while I believe the side of Blitz were 3 rounds in, like they had only got 3 rounds, and that's where the rehost will be starting from.
Yes, and the rehost would definitely bring in a little bit of change, most likely, because whenever we see that a team gets a bit of chance to rethink their strategy or maybe a little bit of pause, we often see a lot of maneuver changes. So if Team Blitzkrieg makes the best out of the situation, there's a possibility that we can expect a 5-5 equalizer. Whereas we have seen what Wont has done time and again. So it's really difficult to say that it would be a 5-5 equalizer or not. But if it happens, fun for us, entertainment for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think the operators are going to be pretty much the same as we head into this round. Unfortunately, our player had just disconnected before the round had begun. That's why the whole Rio situation has occurred. But we're going to be jumping into the game shortly right now. Let's see with Ashami, with the squad, how well they can do right now for themselves. And the round where he wasn't present, they lost it. So let's see if the addition now it's a proper 5v5 between them. The setups are proper. I don't think Sparko is going to be caught out the same way as he was last time as well. So let's see how it and look at this. That's exactly why he's putting the frost traps earlier, so he doesn't give the sound cues later on, for which Buccaneer did spray through the barricade, get the kill onto him. As we continue with this round, I honestly think Blitz have to show a bit more aggression in the defensive side.
I'm expecting it is quite possible to go for the same at the same point of time. You are facing Won't Stop Picking, the team that is showing up time and again at every point of corner that you're trying to cover, go for in, and that's like a lot of opposition that they are facing for. So it's not going to be that easy at the same point of time. If a proper plan is set in place, it is quite evident it is going to be there. Got to say if that would be presented or not. And right after the move, I see a little bit of change in the way the rotations are being performed. Again, 3 C4s, so will it be Sparko, Ween or Sprint that's going to make it happen? Dark Lord on the other side is very well prepared, whereas looking at the position, he might fall.
He might honestly fall depending on how, but we see Van is roaming on this 2F side for them. Let's see if we can accomplish anything. All his camps have been placed, so that info will be allowed later on. And we have a Tubaru, more importantly, to stop the breaching. But it doesn't look like they want to go for the frontal breach. They want to just go from the hatches, from the way WSP is looking for it. Dokkaebi is trying to spot something out through this barricade that she's opened up slightly over there in the unreinforced wall. Desmond just across the corner here. He might find his target. He's going to swing into him, but the timing does not work out whatsoever for Desmond over there. Thatcher could not catch the Fenrir hiding in that corner. There's just slight timing change. And with that Fenrir being placed, that's definitely going to give the complete info that this Thatcher needs. And Fenrir just heads the way down. He's still sitting on the stairs as we just approach this. And in the meantime, Van actually ended up eating a lot of damage. Van barely has any HP left.
Oh, position indeed it is, and looking at the way the health has been taken out, it's going to be trouble. Ion's flare walking in. Took shots, whereas no connections made. On the other side, Vinci took a lot of damage, so it's Van and Vinci who might fall. At the same point of time, the positions are covered through the camps. A lot of detail has been already gathered. A minute almost left out on the clock. Desmond is making a big time move, so gonna get geared up. I mean, already geared up and is ready for the situation now. Is it Sprint that's going to get the kill over here? Is kind of like a question that's lingering in my head. At the same point of time, Sparko is making a big time move. And the Sterling SMG, I often look forward for this weapon because this makes a big time mark. Right on the other side is the Vector that needs to be taken off. And now I understand why you said that. Trouble it was, one after the other falls just like that, and I am going all over Ashami. Park on the other side gets a connection a little bit, but not a lot.
Yeah, and you can see they fell down with the flashback and the entrance, and Blitz were not ready for it. Ven is still alive. Iron first gets the kill onto Vinci as they try to look through this window area over here if they can catch any kills off. Darklaw catches Iron first. The plant is going down from Desmond, but you're in the open position. I'm not quite sure what the game plan was. The timer was ticking quite a bit over here. Sparko goes crazy, picks up 2 more for himself, but Darklord's left alone. Ven, the guy who took the most damage at the beginning parts of the round, is the guy who actually closes it out for them. Time runs down. He's left alive, and that allows the defenders to overturn their fortunes of the past. The reroll round has now gone in favor of Blitz as they head over closer to where WSP is sitting.
See, this is somewhat, it's already there in the picture, and we have spoken about it where we felt the turn would happen, and the team made it happen because they got the space to think about it, had a little bit of time to replan, re-strategize. And now I see Dokkaebi and Valkyrie are off. So it's going to be a hassle for sure. Frost, Goyo, Mute, Jaeger. On the other front, Hibana. And that's a lovely skin. Fenrir walks in. Oh, Hibana replaced by Thermite. Interesting. Right along with Thatcher.
I would go for the Thermite because we're going for the upper grounds over there. The Thatcher comes in as well. You're just going to open up the wall against the Bandit, who's going to be trying Bandit trick as well as he can. It's going to be in the hands of Iron Flares if he can deny this breach from happening at those garage doors essentially for themselves. But you have the Jaeger, you neutralize a lot of bombs going to come in for you. The IQ is going to get replaced with the bug. They don't see anything that this IQ can bring into value, especially like against a Valkyrie, which is not available. The bans are there because of that. Essentially, the Dokkaebi Valkyrie bans are going to be impactful. The Dokkaebi was getting the impacts in sense of not much of hacking cams, maybe just with the DMR and the calls, nothing else. And look like this Dark Lord might be switching into Deimos, the Jackal 2.0 for hunting. Let's see if Darkhold can be more successful than the side of Blitz were in during their attack side.
The enemy at all times.
Attack side, I am no moving on the other side. He has the position advantage, I would say, because this angle has worked from on a lot of fronts. Sprint on the Mo, he held a very good angle as well. Vector in the hands of Vayne. Was it Vayne who was? Yes, Vayne was on the counter when it was like a 3-1 situation and he got one player off. I have to see if on this situation he can make it happen or not. Now, Won't Stop Taking are geared up for the number 6. Will that happen or not? Round 10 is going to answer the same. The time is of essence, 2 minutes 20 seconds on the clock. Teams are moving into the positions. A quick breach is about to happen and waiting at a cheeky angle. Okay, that's going to be definitely interesting. 3 players walking in line, and one of them is definitely going to fall.
Yeah, now they're looking for the breach. The Deimos has not used his charge as of yet. He has the Jaeger, the Frost, and the Tubar to actually hunt from. Drones get cleared out. They're just holding it to see if anyone else comes through the drone hole with their drones. The go set up. There's no breach as of yet. The vertical play comes still in. Something did get broken open on the backside, and this is the wall that we are looking at that has been opened up essentially from the side of WSP. The upside down repel can come in. Neighbor's gonna open this window instead. Has this instead of the shotgun for himself. Has puts out a drone, maybe based with the sound. Nobody jumps out of it. There was no claymore. This could be maybe a free kill on the demons, but they were not sure. Ash charges used to open up the wall, get neutralized. Second Ash charge gets neutralized by the ADS of the Jaeger. And now you get a nice down from the side of Desmond. Desmond's looking for more, looking for his spray that he got knocked down, but he ends up cheating a lot of his HP for that. That's pretty much a dead man walking as well. I want the demos to start activating as at point. Glenn gets the kill on Desmond. The Desmond gets put down as well. Sprint, it goes well down as that point. Ven is still knocked down. It's still a 2 versus 4 essentially, because no one's going to pick up the Goyo at this point of time. Goyo's not in the safe position. Goyo does get picked up, but Sparko gets picked out instead. A triple kill for Iron as they're making their way inside. The area is still kicking out. It's a lot of flame damage that Thatcher's eating. I'm not quite sure what for. Just for the kicks of it essentially. The Demos has picked out the Jaeger, but you can't do anything much over here. Jaeger gets the kill out. The pings were coming in, and Dark Lord with the Deimos pistol gets the final kill of the round as WSP hits that match point for themselves.
Here it is, the number 6 that have been spoken about, and now if Wont Stop Speaking has to prove it that Sanders' words are true over here, that number 6 is where they completely go all in. And when I say they go all in, you're going to witness that play. Won't Stop Speaking, please don't disappoint me. I have already said it. So I'm waiting for it. And they're going to make it with Thermite, Ash, Deimos, Zero, Thatcher. Ash particularly with the elf cap. Let's go. Looking beautiful indeed. Deadly on the other side.
And yeah, round has started. We're in the pre-prep race right now, depending on how they want to go about it. It's pretty much the same operators on the side of Blitz. They haven't changed up, but this time I think they'll be more cautious about that back wall, right? Because WSP completing the main point of entry, went in from the other side, did what they needed to do. Dark Lord with the Deimos got one ping out towards the end fight where there's just 2 players left for Blitz, and that's the only utilization I saw, honestly, of a Deimos over there. Didn't go below, didn't try to get any cheeky kills that way whatsoever. But let's see if there's any improvement right now. Buckinator might be switching over to Twitch, but no, secures the 0, and it's Desmond, in fact, switching out from the Ash into the Twitch for himself.
A lot of changes, yes, indeed, and that's needed. That's been done time and again. They are known for the same. Has achieved a lot out of these quick changes, and this succession of moves is where Won't Stop Speaking can take it a notch higher. What I'm waiting to see are those early kills, those entry frags that most of us look forward for. Meanwhile, you have 2 C4s to be careful about. So far, I haven't seen a lot of connections that's been made successfully, whereas this is the time where it needs to be done. So Blitzkrieg has to take it further. If they allow the 6 to happen, it's going to fall. But Ashami says, wait, stand up for a moment. I'll get the best player out of the mark. And with Buckinator not there, I kind of don't see the counter moves that normally Won't Stop Speaking does.
Yeah, you're not going to pretty much see those things coming in from Buckinator right here. Unfortunately, he did have to, reconnect. And now Desmond gets the pick onto Ven. So he's equalized the numbers, at least for WSP. Maybe some numbers can come in. Vinci is low, so is the Shami, in case they want to enter anywhere over here. They're just going for the pre-fires. A very dangerous walk across. The EMP goes down. But how are you going to open up the wall? The Thermite has to run in. Cover fire is trying to be provided, but there are holes in the bottom side of the wall. And they're just pre-firing through it as well. It looks like Jami has been the target of the Deimos, who's looking for a but Sprint picks up the kill onto Vinci instead. So Thermite no longer, the hard breach no longer there, and that's all thanks to the Tubarro with the DMR for the far long range. You can see Desmond's trying to get the picks for him with his own DMR, but Sparko answers back, takes his head away. Iron Luke gets the kill onto Ashami, who's already low. It's a 2 versus 3 for WSP. How much second they both those players are in that hallway as they're trying to make their entrance. They're fighting over here, but you're open. But Iron Luke actually wins that fight against Sparko. I honestly thought Sparko would come out on top. He's equalized numbers. It's 2 versus 2. Deimos is target to Baro as they're trying to walk in. Now you're gonna have the position of at least one player, and Tubaro has to be silenced there. But at the same time, you have info of where the Deimos is. So it's basically a battle between the Thatcher and the Bandit for info between themselves. And you can see they're trying to walk in from WSP. 40 seconds left of the clock, trying to go behind the bomb chassis to get the plum down. They can see Imnoob is going for it. The cover fire is still that the C4 comes in, but it's too slow and it's too far not going. It was too shallow of a throw and completely used by a WSP. They close out the round. The field goes down, and the ultimate kill is also picked up by the Thatcher. WSP won't stop peaking. They map one of the best of 3 series in the semi-final too.
To be told it, the number 6 is the magic number for Won't Stop Peaking, and I have seen that happening in the case of Hussy Warriors as well. They never back off when it is at number 6, and they went all in, they got the job done. Kudos to Buckinator, Dark Lord, Desmond, I am no Cobra. I believe that is Vinci who played in the play. So yes, Won't Stop Peaking, amazing execution time and again from you guys against Blitzkrieg. And to talk about Blitzkrieg, they gave their best of the best shot. When you're facing a formidable opponent, it is not quite easy, whereas still, you made it happen, attempted as much as you could. Now, got to see, that's only the first map that happened, ladies and gentlemen. We have best of 3. So the second map could be the one where Blitzkrieg can redeem.
But more importantly, this was Blitzkrieg's map pick. We have seen, it switch over that sometimes you don't win your map pick, you win the opponent's map pick, but it's already putting you at a slight disadvantage heading into this, right? Buckinator did fantastic, according to me, throughout this entire series as well as the rest of his teammates. So WSP was completely on point of how they want to play this map out. They made it slightly close, but not enough close that they had to sweat it towards the end. And the majority of them is closing out rounds where they have the man advantage that they picked up at an earlier rate. And Blitz, honestly, I think more roaming for them in defense could have been the answer to WSP just taking complete control over wherever they want to go from. It's not working out like this. You can't just turtle inside and hope for the best and pray for the best that you can actually pick something out over here. The roamers have to be more on point for them. Blitz in the attack had pretty much the same operators throughout it. And I think they only changed it once when the Mav was not there because of the second floor side. But other than that, they had a very nice strategy going in. They just open up the reinforcements with the Mav. The Ash Charge opens it up. They get their entrance that way. But it took them a longer time to adapt to that point.
Adaptability is the word, is the key for this hour. Now, if this continues, if they are able to, quickly change things around and then take a notch higher on the next map, it's going to be quite different from map number 1. Now, yes, I have to agree with you, Madness, where Blitzkrieg is the one to pick the map and they lost it on their home ground, I would safely say. Now, Cafe Dostoevsky could be a change because that's been picked by Won't Stop Peaking, and they are very confident as well as strong on the map. Now, if the plan, if the homework that's been done against Won't Stop Peaking works in the favor of Blitzkrieg, that can be a different scenario. Have to just wait and see when the map begins. Meanwhile, to talk about it, Blitzkrieg definitely came prepared for those situations. At the same point of time, Won't Stop Peaking presented much higher challenges. So those were not counted. If that's been done as well.
Yeah, I think Won't Stop Peaking also has very good game sense awareness of how they go for their plays.
Yes.
Like just this play from the Kai is just completely on footsteps of that player, of Van being over there, especially with Buccaneer getting the kill onto Sparko when Sparko was putting down that frost map. So these are the kind of plays that I like to see because this is showing that you're relying on more than just what you're looking at, what the comms are. You're relying a lot on your sound sense as well. And that's a very important part, especially in a game like Rainbow Six Siege X. Like you have to always pay attention to any small sound cue that you can do and try to take the full extent from it. And there's a lot of extended fights where pretty much were grouped up. I would have expected more, isolated fights, but everybody is pretty much in the same fight scenario whenever we're looking at any single fight. So I want to see more spacing being acquired for them as they move forward. But yeah, Cafe Dosaki is a huge map. You have 3 floors. You can just roam as much as you want. And I think winning on your primary sites and doing as well as you can do on your off sites is the key to winning that map.
Key to winning positions advantage, strategically placing themselves at areas that needs to be covered a lot are in play. And what I admire, what I really like is how these players are adapting to situations that are being presented. I see a lot of new set of plays that are being tried, tested, attempted at the same point of time. When it comes to the situation where it is like all in kind of, they go with the traditional plays, and that's been being covered. And we have seen the
Mhm.
time and again. Talking about the
Yeah.
teams and the players, we have seen them do some crazy stuff, and we have seen what Buckinator has done, what Vinci has done, right? So this
Yeah.
is quite evident. And Dark Lord, this is the first time I believe that, from Won't Stop Picking, I'm observing Dark Lord. Probably I saw and I forgot. Sorry for that. My 10 MB brain cannot remember each and every player and the playstyle. Whereas I'm sure that, the next map is going to be even bigger, better. And Dark Lord has proven himself on several occasions. On the other side, to talk about Blitzkrieg, I'm very impressed by the way Wien has covered a lot of angles right along with Sprint. That's like beautiful play. Both these players have presented, has challenged the opposition and made it like a step difficult. Whereas Won't Stop Picking, they are known for that calculated aggression we have spoken about, right? So they were ready, they were prepared.
They were ready, they were prepared. WSP had a game plan going to this. It was not altered much, and they pretty much, I think, knew what Blitz would be running as well, because Blitz did not seem to make much difference during the attack side. Slight differences when you're doing the defending, when you're changing your operators for that. But we did see a lot of monster picking during the attack. They switched it at the last minute. The demos that they brought out for 2 rounds, the second time, worked pretty well for them in that clutch situation. I liked that plan they were going from behind the bomb chassis where they picked it up for themselves, and WSP pretty much was nice. I also don't like a lot of times we're just picking blind angles. We have drones, we need to be using them, we need to get the infos out, and we can't be walking into flames like this man did over here with the EMP, this stature I am noob was trying to just jump up. But this is what I'm talking about. You're using your demos, okay. You're not using it the proper way. I would like to see a demos like from below from Dark Lord, but at the end of the day, if it works for your team, it works for your team. You're doing good enough, I think so at that point. So I really liked how they played, but this is the scoreboard over here. 9 kills to 9 for Ven, the 5 kills to 11 for Sparko. Ashami with the 9-11 score. Ions is 2-12. Not had the best of showing, I would presume, in this. It looked like he was doing pretty much effective on the map, but unfortunately could not bring it out. Sprint Pun has got 6 kills to 11 deaths. But looking at the other side, Dark Lord, 12 kills to 6 deaths. So really stepping up. Buckinator was a lot of the times for that first kill, like you can see in the 2-1 category. But on the other hand, look at Ashami's numbers. Got 4 opening frags, and that's a very good thing to be doing as an Ash.
Pretty good, of course. Ashami with a 9 to 11, Ven with 9 to 9. Ion's Flare and 2 to 12, that was maybe, quickly could not get into the mark. And on the other side, Dark Lord 12 to 6, oh my goodness, with 80% of cost. Wow, fantastic performance. And to top it off, I am no. Didn't I say don't go by the name? 11 to 4 with 87% of cost. I am no. I mean, why that name?
Maybe he wants to just throw off his opponents by them thinking he is. But I've usually seen people who have that name are never what that name or moniker does define for themselves. And we are seeing that he has played pretty well. Dark Lord did really well. Buckinator, I think, was one of those backbones of a team, while the other people were
Oh,
the
yes.
Reds being the spirit this time. So I think this WSP are very nicely lined up. They are looking like a pretty dominant team. And if this is any indications of how they are going to be playing Cafe. Cafe is going to be a hard fought battle for Blitzkrieg, because they never went for the same type of attack twice from the side of WSP. And I think that's the creativity that can be shown. Cafe has a lot of entry points you can go for, especially at the 3F side. Depends on how you go from, the bar and the cocktail lounge. But before you guys can catch any of that action, before we head into map 2, we're going to take a very short break. Guys, welcome back to the CGX Community Cup Season 4, organized by Fragnation. We Mendes alongside Center, and we had a pretty nice map one, I would say. It was a bit neck and neck for quite some time, but at the end of the day, WSP won that map out, and they did pretty good for themselves, right? I think Blitzkrieg do have a bit of an uphill battle if they want to make it out of the semifinals to the grand finals.
To the grand finals, yes, that's the path to look forward for. And the map 2 would lay the foundation for the same. So the team that's going to go forward will have a lot of chance, and that's going to happen. All this magic, all this play in the map of Cafe Dostoevsky, where you have angles to cover, you have a lot of verticality to look forward for, and things which we cannot expect, anticipate. Three floors to cover, that's a lot of space, that's a lot of area. So be ready for the ripples, be ready for some C4 plays because I have seen bodies flying.
Honestly, Cafe is that kind of a map. The C4 plays will should be coming out, especially if it's the 3F site, essentially. But another important point, if you're just joining us, WSP had map one, which was the pick of Blitzkrieg. Now we're going to run Cafe. That's the map pick for WSP, right? Won't stop peaking as we head into the veto stage between these two teams. So what will they be banning out at least for each other? The Ace Azami, Ace gets banned out by Blitz, and Azami from WSP. What else answers? I'm not quite sure with the Ace earlier on, but maybe just because when you go lower parts, maybe it can help it out. I would expect maybe if you're going on that route, the Deimos ban. Okay, so Dark Lord put some fear into them with the Deimos in the last map, and now they're like, no, we don't want to deal with that. At the same time, WSP bans out the Mira.
Demos, yes, I remember those plays, and Dark Lord quite phenomenal with the operator. Alright, now we have Hibana, Dokebi, Zero, Striker, Zofia. On the other side, Vamai, Frost, Youth, Aruni, Maestro. Look for Vamai. Okay, I have already anticipated a play from Blitzkrieg, and if that happens, I can expect some top-notch frags, some top-notch kills from the player. Talking about the reinforcements in position, Blitzkrieg going for the defenders and won't stop taking. I have said this for Hussy Warriors as well. I really do not see the difference, be it the defenders, be it the attackers. Whereas won't stop picking kind of plays on the assault front quite often. So that's something to look forward for. And I'm expecting a lot of kills. When I say a lot of kills, a lot.
Yeah, and nice deep level shield at this corner gives you nice peak angles and process that up for the Wamai as they make their marks. And Wamai has a charge that he can throw down if he wants to, but yes, we are now into the attack phase. We are going to see WSP making the way up. Let's see the way they approach it. I do like this one, WSP, they always bring a striker most of the time as well during their attack part, so that's a good implementation of that operator. You just bring two good secondary attachments for yourself. He's brought the stun grenades and the frag grenades. And Buccaneer yet again on the zero. He's very good with this MP7 ACOG. So let's see the kind of shooting that we can expect from him. The camera work, I don't see that much coming in from him because we don't get to capture that much. But the frags are definitely coming in with that commands. Both hatches are opened up on the rooftop for the side of WSP. Lokabi is looking for maybe making a call. No, just scanning for info instead. Nothing specialty coming out. And it looks like Sprint's been put on camera duty as well with Ven, because they're the ones expecting the cams for the roamers right now.
Romus right now well prepared, moving into the line, won't stop picking, making the move. Now with the claymores in position, I believe so, the verticality of course, the upside down rappel and three players on the line of sight. So I can see two kills happening instantaneously. Would it be so or not is the question. Now making the move in a utility dump, oh, doesn't seem like it's going to make a connection. Oh yes, on the other side, Sparko got it done. Desmond to fall. The DMR has to make the mark. I am no walking in a bit of a position ready for the same. The cam placement doesn't seem like wanted to give away the position, but meanwhile, unfortunately, Dark Lord falls. That was not supposed to happen. Quite a bit of defensive maneuvers happening. Buckinator and Vinci for the play. It's going to be troublesome indeed, but Vinci is known to get this 5k a lot of times, particularly when Ion's player is so low on health. I can kind of like count him out of the play. Here comes the first one, but that's from Buckinator. And is known to do this maneuvers quite beautiful indeed. Going for the second one.
Yeah, but the default cam just came down. They should have known exactly where he was. Maybe the fight just didn't go in the favor of that mute. But the mute had already done his job. Double pumped two people straight to the chest, got their kills. on that swing from Cigar. So I like the play coming in for them. They're just not respecting the Maestro camera who's giving info for the Blitzkrieg side. And you can see Quincy with his secondary with the SMG is trying to do as much damage to this window. He is rappelling upside down, but I don't think anyone's going to be giving him the peak that he really wants. And the run out from the basement side, from the bottom of White Stairs, picks up the kill. It's a very high hold on the crosshair from Sparko. It was not close. Buccaneer swings closer to the railing instead, picks up the return frag, but how much can he do? It's 15 seconds on the tower. Shami using the superior angle on the staircase railing, picks up the kill onto the 0 and secures the first round of map number 2 for the side of Blitz.
Wow, indeed, what an opening, and that's not what I expected out of it. The Blitz definitely come prepared for sure, and with Castle in, that's going to make a mark. Vamai has left the moves done for the team. Now, Thermite, Gridlock, and Ram on the other side. That's will be taken care of along with the Dokebi and Striker. Okay, let's get it done. So, Won't Stop Peeking is gearing up for the first one. So, let's see if the 1-1 can happen. It's round number 2, and on round number 6 again, be ready. That's the one which can make a big time difference. Meanwhile, we'll have a lot of story. Me along with Madness are going to deliver the same to you guys, so be ready. And then between, a huge shout out to the sponsors. If you haven't yet followed or subscribed, kindly go ahead and take care of the same. Thanks to Fragnation in partnership with Ubisoft. So a lot more coming to your way, guys, ladies and gentlemen. So spread the word about the C6 Community Cup and the other tournaments that are happening. Join in for more fun.
Yeah, they're pushing these tournaments out at a rapid fire pace. There's so many tournaments every single week pretty much for the R6 community. That's definitely one to join in for over here. But talking about this, WSP has locked in with the Ram, and it looks like we've gone all the way down to 1F for Blitz for their defense. That's what I expect after winning the 3F. You will standard kitchen, and this should be a vertical take. Desmond's pretty comfortable on the Ram. They're breaking open some of the barricades. The fight might be coming in for Blitz. They're maybe thinking about getting a bit aggro over here, and that's where Ashami loses a certain percentage of his life for that unfortunate peak. They were trying to battle this out. They opened this window. They're gonna repel up instead. They're gonna go for under dive. The shorty, super shorty being used by the Gridlock, opening up this hole, the secondary placement for them. They want to open the wall, it looks like, with the Thermite. So they've forgiven a break. They've forgone that kind of a entry. They're just going to go from the bottom of White Stairs instead. They're trying to get the deployable shield away, but I think with the nade they get it out. Not quite sure. We have to look for it over this side. Spin Fun is looking for the fight. Dark Lord wins that one against Ashami, and on top Desmond wins against Spin instead. So that's 2 defenders out of the picture for Buccaneer falling down. It's a 4v3 in favor of WSP as they're throwing out drones, trying to get some more info, slow down the pace and tempo slightly.
Oh, the pace is going to be quite a lot. Win in between took a lot of damage, wherein got the best out of it. Vector for the play, a lot of firepower in position, and that continues. Desmond equalizing ion walk by Desmond. Dark Lord, the last one standing, is known to get this 2k done. Sparko and Veen low on health. So with the AUG in position, Dark Lord moving right into the line of fire, I believe so. The feeling is set. And on the other side, a counter move is also being presented, both ready right around the right behind the counters. That's going to be a headshot. It's not going to be a headshot connection for sure, but it would be a body, and that can take a lot of health off you. So prepared or not, Dark Lord, here they come.
Yeah, but there is pretty much a lot of time on the clock. He has an entire minute to honestly work with. And there was the peak. I think he got a bit of essence of where Dark Lord was. But Ven maybe didn't spot him out. I thought Ven actually got a glimpse of where that Gridlock was standing. But now he's going to make the rotation. Gridlock's going to walk all the way back and come back to this door instead. Going to be walking in. Maybe catches out somebody on this window over here, this half sill. But no, gives away his position. He's firing from there. So they're just going to have the entire focus on Freezer right here. Can they catch out Gridlock? He's trying to make his way in, but he's going to get slowed down by the Malusi. He's going to end up breaking that. So that's his position. Giving can't make any more rotations. It's only 15 seconds left. He has to edge his way forward. It's exactly what he does. Even checks below him for maybe even it might be a frost match. maybe catches out Frost here, but no, doesn't end up winning the fight. Instead, Sparko takes away from Dark Lord, and Ven, the man with almost no HP, with a very quick burst to the head of this man. He gets the kill onto Gridlock, secures this round for Blitz, and now takes us all the way to their offside. And this is where it's going to show if Blitz can stand on.
Ooh, interesting play, which I never expected, and Blitzkrieg definitely making their mark with 2-0. 2-0. The Won't Stop Peaking are kind of like buckling up for the same, I believe so. I'm still waiting for the play from their end, and how exactly they are going to deliver is kind of like a question I'm sort of like contemplating at this point of time. Vinci on the other side is looking forward quite stronger than before. At the same point of time, I don't see those moves which normally Vinci does. So that's like a surprising factor to me, right along with I am. No, maybe they are gearing up for a different plan as a surprise to the opposition. Again, all sort of questions in my head. So Buckinator and Desmond rising up to the situation is something which is expected. On the other front, if we talk about Sparko and Veen, they are doing pretty good job with the numbers. Being the defenders, seems as if they are slightly on the attacking front as well. One C4 to work with, tick the clock, and here comes the attacking phase. So be ready, 3 minutes. Let's see some explosions.
Yet, let's see some explosion on the offside. Let's see what Blitz can actually pull out. I don't see much changes in their operators inside. The Melusi is still going to be there. That proved detrimental last time. Desmond, more importantly, will be on the Ash. Buccaneer on the Sophia. I'm a very old school agent. I really used to like the gun quite a bit from the Sophia. But Dark Lord's brought the Blackbeard, the rework Blackbeard that I did not like the rework coming in for you. So I think we don't need any more shields in this game. But it has been given they're going to be using it in. I'm with the Sledgehammer is going to open up the hatches. They're going to be pretty much attacking this all the way just from the top side. They haven't brought the ram, but the Sledgehammer will be doing pretty much the same work of opening up holes. But it does allow Blitz to maybe counteract, maybe fire through the floorboards, get a cheeky pick here and there, depending on how the action breaks out.
Cheeky picks, it looks for sure. Now, got to see if those are going to be converted, and yes, indeed, it's being converted. Back before the play, Veen makes a big time. Buckinator was not supposed to fall down. A quick succession falling around. It looks as if Won't Stop Peaking was not well prepared for the round. But Dark Lord has a different thing altogether. That was a big one for Sprint, and now he goes for the second, wherein a lot of opposition, but doesn't work when Vinci walks into the play. Veen is low on health, he can fall down, but Spark on the other side goes instantaneously off the mark. Dark Lord took a lot of damage, but Veen still standing tall with a vector in hand. Does not happen. Vinci has been taken off the play. So it's all up to Desmond and Dark Lord to make it happen. Goes for the refusal in between. Time is of essence. Veen knows for sure he has to cover the angle, and he has the approach ready.
Ven is going to be looking, it's a 1v1 against a Dark Lord, against a shielded Blackbeard. If Blackbeard is going to use it, Veen is on a triple kill. He has to make it a quarter if he wants to secure the round, or just buy enough time for his team. He's going to walk all the way around. The plant's going down. It's going to get completed by Dark Lord, who just has to now protect this diffuser, honestly, at this point. And now he's going to be attacking from Laundry. Veen spots him out. He's just trying to go for G angles, but the nade comes out. That's where you can see he's running away. I would have liked Dark Lord to actually peek way before at that point when the nade and the running had started, but it's just him having to buy time, honestly. He's no problem whatsoever. He's just going to take his way up onto the white. He's checking behind him if there's any traps whatsoever. Wheel's going to be chasing him. Ben is all the way up, and Ben is going all the way against, and the Dark Lord knocks him against the wall. The Blackbeard claims the kill for himself and gets the first round for the side of Won't Stop Peaking in Cafe. And this is much needed round. This is the kind of round you need, because if you lose in the offside round, this is going to cause a lot of troubles in your own camp.
This was in store. We expected it to happen, whereas it happened in the next set of round. So round 4 can most likely be where we will see the equalizer 2-2. Because with the momentum that's been gained by Won't Stop Peaking, I'm certain to the fact they will make the best out of the situation. If it falls, but Blackbeard again, yes, Madness, I have to agree with you. The fear factor that's been laid by Blackbeard and has definitely left the mark. Brava and Ashen on the other side, Aruni Maestro, Mute, Frost, and Vamai. Hibana Dokebi joins along with Brava and Ash. Now got to see who would be the pick and which is the one. Capito has been picked as well.
Attackers need to
So
locate and
Yeah,
that
and
makes
after what Darklord did last round with the Blackbeard, there's an instant Blackbeard ban by Blitz
Oh,
right
yes.
now. So, because Darklord walks in, he does get 2 casualties to himself, but he makes his presence known over there. Picks up a bunch of kills, gets the ultimate kill as well with the diffuser down. Nice knockbacks. He got one knockback onto Melusi, got a knockback on the last player as well. So he played that Blackbeard to near perfection, and I think Blitz are very worried about that. They don't want to have that anymore as a casualty. Now going back to that cocktail and lounge side on the top side on 3F. The Maestro is still there, but Aruni Maestro is usually the ones as the camera lookers for the Romas when I've seen these guys on 3F.
5 seconds left.
that will definitely make a lot of difference. And at this juncture, I see that the moves that's been presented are quite different from the prior rounds. Round number 4 has always been a pleasant surprise to move in. Now, again, will I see that 2-2 happening or not is a question still to be answered by the players, and it is quite possible. I would believe so. Got to just wait and see. Vinci making the mark slightly not being allowed so because the opposition that's been presented is quite heavy. And if you're trying to ripple through the window, it's an instant kill for not gonna happen for sure. Okay, that's a trap that's being set, and I know for sure Buckinator is kind of like creating a situation for the teammate to walk in and take a backstab. Is that in place or not? Have to just wait and see.
Oh, we're waiting for Desmond because Desmond's looking to go into one of these windows as that. But no, can he actually walk in? Desmond actually has made his mark, but he's still from the outside of the building. He still hasn't entered right now. He's looking to jump in. Can he use his ability in time? The pings are coming in. He might be just looking for the jump in. And here comes the Ying. That's what we like to hear the sound of. I am Noob gets put down like a clay pigeon hanging out upside down. And here comes Desmond. He's walked all the way in with the Ying charges. And on the window is going to be Vinci. He's going to be providing covering fire. Is it enough? Desmond's still on this point, but he's not made his mark. He's just waiting in the corner. Vinci gets Ven, but Buckinator also falls as well as Desmond. It's all up to Dark Noob and Vinci. How much can they actually be pulling off from this? He's going to be rappelling in, enters the side, and instantly gets put down. That's going to be the triple kill for the Ruby right now. Another clay pigeon going hunting yet again, but lower on the HP marks. Is going to go underneath. There's a Claymore. Going to shoot the Claymore. Is going to give the sound cue and allows Dark Lord to walk around. And that's exactly what happens. He's going to enter instead. Dark Lord rappels in, takes a couple of fire, and catches Ashami when he's throwing the nade. Unlucky timing. Ashami should have just been taking the gunfire, honestly, and he's going to peek out there. Makes the numbers advantage. Now it's still 1-2 for WSP as Dark Lord is rounding the corner. I don't think he didn't know he's changed it. That's it. He's come back to the same side. If he had kept the advantage on the right side, I think he could have maybe won the fight against Sprint, who was still low on HP. But no, Sprint puts him down, and they show that the offside is exactly the offside. They're going to win all the rounds in defense when they're going to be on their proper sides.
So very well prepared, I'll say, and it's a pattern that happened earlier as well. That Won't Stop Peaking went all into the map that's been selected by Blitzkrieg, and now that Won't Stop Peaking selected with Cafe Dostoevsky, Blitzkrieg are going all in over this map. So if this is the case, a decider is for sure to happen, and all that can be covered in round number 5. And I'm looking forward for round number 6 because I'm sure there's a big one waiting for me. Being the attackers from Won't Stop Peaking, I'm not seeing that sort of aggression and those calculated moves that I normally see from the players. Maybe, they are attempting a different sort of plan altogether. I'm really not confident on that mark to say this. At the same point of time, just have to wait and see if the team has a different thing altogether. All right, having said all that, beautiful play so far. Lovely numbers on the board. A sprint for sure. Gunning in for the next 2, and Wien at 7 looking quite strong. On the other front, I am no what happened.
Attacker's objective is to
I think
defuse
he's
the
just
bomb.
not having the best of times right now on the map. He's being used a bit like fodder, a bit of bait in the way he's being used in the upside down repels for themselves on a lot of these windows. But now we've gone to the basement. This is a very honestly important round for WSP to win, because if they win this, they have a chance of actually ending the half on equal terms with Blitz. Because after this, it would be pretty much them going back to the basement side if they win it for themselves right here. The 1F. White stare pre-fire is coming in from I am Noob. Nothing catching out. He's not going to get lucky like that right now. And you can see already somebody is on the roof looking to open the hatches, enter this fight in the vertical manner as well. They don't have a ram or don't have a sledge or anything to create vertical pressure from the side of WSP right now. So they're just going to go for these bot side maneuvers for themselves. They're going to open the freezer essentially there, what I saw.
Ready for the same? I believe so. A quick peek is all that's needed, and we can expect a kill out of the situation. Dark Lord waiting for the time. So is the case on the other front, but not gonna happen. And I have to see if Sprint can make that mark or not. Oh, check the corner, check the corner. That's where it is. Sprint is very well prepared. Dark Lord about to walk, and no, not gonna happen. Airtel is definitely needed. Is it the flash? And the C4 is ready. Oh, that was a troublesome maneuver. Sprint can get into big time trouble. Two on to his mark, and Desmond gets the best out of it. No room of error on this particular juncture because it's a big one. 2 is definitely needed. Sparko goes for one more, and I am not having a lot of time to work. Dark Lord falls, I believe so. But before that lays a lot of damage. Desmond walking and Buckinator on the other side. Very well prepared. Vinci, where are you?
I don't know how much you're proning over there trying to get a kill. I don't like this. Blitz are a bit spread out in the sense that they don't have the cover they need. You're gonna have someone already in piano got out. Over here again in changing room. Ions goes down exactly where Sprint had gone down. So that's not going to be looking good for Blitz. And WSP, like I was saying, this is the kind of round they need to run. They're showing exactly that. Van has been knocked down. Sparko gets the kill onto Desmond and gets the kill on Vinci, who was running away. A quadra kill for him. He has to get the penta to actually get the round or just buy enough time, and he's running into side to just revive his teammate. And Ven, who we thought was long for this work, is going to get back onto his feet, and the Belusi shots it down. But no, Sparko chose to instead come back for the fight. Didn't get Ven resurrected, so Ven is still on the floor. And finally his teammate's like, no, now is the time to help you. Now I'm going to pick you up. And they're both on their feet, but there's a super shorty in the hands. He does get the kill onto Ven, but Sparko gets his ace. An ace coming in for this man who had to do everything on his own.
Wow. I did not expect this kind of result. Whereas, surprises will always happen in games, and we have to be ready for the same. And it's a pleasant surprise at the same point of time. It's a calculated one for sure. They have been preparing for this round quite some time. They've done their homework, and now it's the situation where they are adapting. And Sledge walks in with a beautiful skin. Have to see if that can make a big time mark on the play or not. 4-1 is the scoreline as of now, and round number 6. Won't stop peeking. Hello, wake up.
It is not looking good for Won't Stop Peeking, in the sense you are so far behind. That looked like a round that could have gone in your favor until, Sparko just sparked out of control. That man just put his team on his shoulders like, no, I will carry you to the finish line. We are going definitely to that map 3, honestly, and he is putting a performance of a lifetime. That's a game-changing kind of round that's come out from the Blitz man over there. And I think Blitzkrieg, if they have any hopes, they have to maybe slightly rely on these individualistic plays, because they are looking good anytime one of the players start getting heated up. And once they're picking, their answer is, let's bring in a Monty, let's bring in a shield. You banned the Blackbeard, but there are more shields to play with in this game.
Yes, and making the best out of the situation for sure. Why not? It's a play, and we have already spoken about it. It's all in or nothing. It's a one-shot play, and you have to make the best out of the situation, and both the teams are gunning in for the same. I got to see if it is the mark that they are going to leave in. Will it be a 5-1? Will it be a 4-2? A lot of questions, and round number 6 has often given us a lot of surprises. That's what I have observed in most of the matches as well as the tourneys. I am well prepared, still at 0. I'm expecting a couple of kills from him. On the other front, Buckinator ready. A lot of damage about to be dished out, but Sparko could not connect. Oh, Vinci took a lot of health off. That's a bit of concerning matter, particularly when he's going onto the frontal assault. So I have to see if Dark Lord can go. Meanwhile, Desmond falls. Unfortunately, that was not supposed to happen. That's a long play. And going for the second one at this point.
Yeah, Monty's just blocking damage. I like that spam from Spark. He's already feeling hot after the last round. Onto the toes of Vinci, gets a lot of damage. But they took train room so earlier on in this fight. Dark Lord gets the pick onto Ion Flares this time as the grid law. And Ion Flares also not having the best. He's been getting caught out here and there whatsoever. But they know the position of Dark Lord. They're trying to take advantage. But Dark Lord will reposition the Monty clears of the default cam in the hallway. And now with the walls opened up from train, they can start making their approach into the A side. 3F still being contested, and Ashami is going to pay with his life. Not yet, he is knocked down, and in the meantime Sprint did pick up Buckinator, one of the star players on WSP, and that's not going to be a nomad available to you. Ashami is still alive, still trying to crawl his way back to a revive at this point, and Dark Lord and I Am Noob is all that's left, and Dark Lord catches out of that prone Ashami who was knocked down for quite some time. The C4 comes in for Sprint but catches no one, and finally now the walls are going to be open in train room, and now the Monty can come in, but in the meantime Sprint catches out Dark Lord not available, so it's a 3 versus 2, make that a 3 versus 1, and the only one left for WSP is the shield. And what uses the shield if you're being shot from various angles? The shield's only going to protect you from one direction. As soon as the Monty turns, Sparko comes back alive, continuing on the momentum from last round, and they're just 1 point away from being on map point this earlier on to Cafe.
So close by, and I'm certain to the fact that the 6th is about to happen. I was quite confident that round number 6 is going to work in the favor of Won't Stop Tweaking. Unfortunately, that did not happen as I anticipated. Nevertheless, these things have to happen in games, and that's where a lot of spies active. Waiting for the next moves from Won't Stop Tweaking. I'm also thinking a lot about the way they have approached the entire map and the round. So is it so that they are prepared for a certain play, or is it so that they are testing, trying something new? A lot of questions in my head, and time would definitely answer. The next rounds would definitely answer. Meanwhile, Frost, Mute, Maestro, Azami walking in along with Goyo. On the other side, Thermite, Dokebi, Nomad, Lion, and Ash. So big moves for sure.
They are looking on the variety, and yeah, you have the Mira ban, the Valkyrie line from Blitz, so they don't want to deal with that. The Mira is so good in the 3F side, honestly, but WSP, in a change of action, the bans are for an Ace and a Brava from them, but they are going to start on the kitchen instead. So you're going to see some operators getting switched from Blitz after they notice that round. The sledge is going to be definitely coming out. You want that vertical play coming in for you as you make your mark into this side, and more importantly, I think WSP will be fine maybe till the offside time for Blitz, but Blitz have so much room to work with. They have so many rounds to honestly play with over here, and it's going to be a half time. But I want to see what kind of setup WSP wants to come in, because they've not brought any electric whatsoever. They are not going to be defending it. They don't have the power to even slow down the process. So the walls are going to be open pretty fast. It's about how they fight for the white stairs side, for the freezer side, because even the bakery I think is going to be a tough time. I don't think they're going to go for the bakery as Blitz because the ace is not available. The thermites would definitely. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is where all the entire pressure is going to be happening.
Laying the foundation, working for the same. Maybe the defending end is the corner that they have been waiting to take the lead. If that's the case, then we can see one victory after the other. Now, time will again answer the same for us. I am no very well prepared. He took a bit of shots, no damage. Sprint and Veen slightly low on health, but still attempting for defusal. Get in the hands of Sprint, so kind of being cautious about it. The breach happened, vaulting in, the second one moving, and Ashami doesn't have any opposition on the other front. Now got to see the other two players nearby. Oh, the kitchen service. So that's where a couple of kills can be expected. Vinci in between, moving right in. Would you get those 2 kills on the mark, or would you go for the rotation?
Oh, Ions gets the clear onto Vinci. Vinci got a bit lacking on positioning. He was waiting for this, not anticipating that Ions is already in from above. The attacks were already there. Ven had already entered the site as well. You can already see Ven is near the red stairs, also making his way from the same point. You can see Sledge is on his drone, getting some more info for his team, and the angle's being held by Desmond. They really like playing this tree room, honestly, a lot of the times. Both these teams, honestly, from what I've seen in the world, they want to deny a lot of. That's exactly what you have to do to fight against the white stairs pressure that this Thermite will be bringing in. The gridlocks have been on a leash. You're going to get some backstabs being secured, and Azami is going to be locking up the main stairways with two Azamis essentially to block out any space of coming in. Desmond still be roaming there. Ashami finds out Dark Lord on the top side, on the 1F essentially on that side, and he got caught out in VIP corner. And this might be another catch out. Desmond is looking. They're not sure Desmond is here. Desmond sneaky gets the kills from both angles, and unfortunately they never cleared this room. Desmond's position has been played to perfection, and finally the punishment comes in. Ions gets the kill onto Desmond instead as the counter, and it's still a man advantage for Blitz. The Dokkaebi camps, Dokkaebi has hacked the camp, so Maestro camps not going to be as useful as you would have anticipated. Now verticals have been started over by Slash, but it's only 30 seconds left into the round. He's going to have to start walking in, and even with the stolen Maestro camp, he's still clearing out some space with his camps, with the spacing for himself, and Sledge comes in. The C4 does not connect from IMNU, and with the vertical play, I'm expecting the kill should be coming from Sparko, but no, not much time left. They have to start entering the side. 10 seconds left. They drop into Freezer finally, and Buckinator falls down to Ion. So Ion is going to be spearheading this. He jumps over the half wall. That's going to be IMNU catching Sparko instead. The defuse is going down, but Ion gets the kill onto IMNU gets the kill onto Ion, gets the double shotgun pump to Ven's face. A triple kill in a 1v3 clutch for IMNU to keep WSP still in this round. Oh my god.
I don't want to say I said so. I do not want to say I said so. This guy is a big time surprise. Do not go by the name. And he has done it not once, not twice, multiple occasions. Well played, I'm really, expecting it. And the second was very much needed. Now that you have it, Won't Stop Peaking has to work together. And what a beautiful execution from kudos to the play. Alright, so moving further, one step closer for Blitzkrieg, 2 steps. 7 is needed. Okay, 2 steps is what that's needed. Whereas the 6th is a big one for them. Round number 8. Now, if Won't Stop Peaking goes all in, bags 3 victories one after the other, and to be very honest, I can for sure ask them to do it because they have done it time and again, multiple occasions. And let it not be a caster curse, touchwood. I'm definitely confident they can do this.
And this would be a map reversal, given this was WSP's map, and they won the map that Blitzkrieg had selected in that part. So this would be a nice reversal, and Blitzkrieg are definitely going to ride the momentum. They did give up the basement side, but it was the last moment and a miracle play from I'm Noob, basically, with the SMG and the shotgun that he had to do. Basically, God's work just to come into sight over there and just neutralize them in a 1v3. But heading into this round, Buckinator does still operate that Maestro. We still have a lot. Vinci does favor Capcom quite a bit for most of the rounds I've seen him play, and he's going to be neutralizing that as well. 3F, there are a lot of angles to check on doorways, a lot of doorways you actually pass through, so maybe not everything gets checked for them. And you can see the drone gets spotted out by Vinci on his roam to the bottom side of white stairs, so one less intel option for Blitz.
Intel is of the essence, and that's what can break things a lot, trying to create that spaces verticality for this favor. So entry positions from the 3rd is going to make it happen at the same point of time. It's not going to be easy, particularly when you have 2 ready, prepared for the same. The pancakes, a lot of defense for Dark Lord to work with. He has a cheeky angle. Oh no! I did not expect... that was troublesome to watch. Dark Lord, I expected a headshot connection from your end, but unfortunately yours been taken off.
Yeah, he was just in 2 minds about if he wants to hold that placement of the crosshair, but the second he doubted himself, that's when Ashami strikes, gets the pick onto Dark Lord, and now the rings are coming in from the Dokkaebi. The wall has been opened up from the top of red stairs as well. They're going to be walking themselves into piano room, and Azami is going to be taking control of the other window. Vinci's still in the basement, still suspecting that someone will be coming from the bottom white stairs, but instead is looking at New Hatch all the way from the bottom of main main stairs if he can catch out anybody for himself. But freezer control still being maintained by WSP. The Maestro being used to break some drones, quickly flicks upwards so his Maestro doesn't get broken down. But now you can see Ash is going to be finally entering the side. The EMP gets used on the Maestro. Can they break it now as well? But no, it's tilted upwards, so unfortunately can't get that. And Iron Noob takes the time to strike onto Asami. Sparkle from the upside down repel gets Iron Noob instead. A nice straight kill coming out. It's still a 4v3 situation in favor of Blitz.
In favor of Blitz, Desmond can turn that around, I believe so. Now got to wait and see, whereas time is of essence, and looks as the sprint is about to fall down, taking a lot of damage. Pakanator walks in and immediately Desmond going for win. Vinci getting Sparko. It's a 2v2. The odds have turned around. The sprint might be into big time trouble. Just a little bit of health left out to work with. Ion's player on the other side. You have to walk and have to support sprint. Whereas doesn't look like he's gonna make that happen. And Desmond and Buckinator, the deadly duo into the play. They are gonna get the third for the team. And there we go with the utility. They get it done. What a play, Pleasant.
This Maestro Cam has been annoying them the entire time in piano over here. They never got it. Even the AMP was used, it was tilted upwards, so they couldn't break it. And that's the Maestro Cam. I think that's the chef kiss on the end of the round to get the last kill with that as well over here, Santa.
Oh wow, yes. And a big one. That's a lot of explosive play that's been expected and been delivered. So maybe, Wants of Peking kind of like want to spice it up a little bit. I'm not certain. But if that is the case, then entertainment indeed it is. And why not, MCZ?
They are trying on those routes. It's 5 rounds for Blitz, 3 rounds for WSP. Mind you, this is WSP's map pick. Won't stop picking. Pick this with confidence, and apparently the confidence is in their defense half, because the attack half went 5-1 in favor of Blitz when they were defending, and it was looking like they were very strong for it. That Maestro Cam is going to be yet again being deployed by Buckinator. Buckinator really loves his agent and operate, and he really knows exactly when you know where you're going to go for him, because that kill that he got on the gridlock who's swinging in freezer, everybody knows most of the times your Maestro is going to be sitting in the freezer on the 3F side, just causing nuisance with his cams, and he was expecting the swing, honestly. Even though Sprint was low on HP, it didn't matter, because Buckinator gets a headshot at the end of the day. And a headshot in R6 means instant death from you, no matter which weapon, no matter if it's a wall bang. As we head into round 9 over here between both these teams.
Interesting turn of events can happen in round 9. I mean, normally what I see is like round 6, round 9. These are the rounds where I see a bit of pattern. I might be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But with the observation that I have seen, these are the rounds that can, where I have seen things turn around a lot. Either into the favor of the winning team or on the favor of the defending end. Got to see. Blitzkrieg definitely surprising us a lot. And I haven't seen this happen. Oh my goodness, that could be happen a kill. Looks as of slightly missed around the bend. Dark Lord moving into the DMR, ready for the same. And the scams. Yes. Oh. Oh. Why?
Gets the kill onto Dark Lord. Not sure why he wanted to peek that further into him. Made a kind of solo play and paid the price for it with the risk, honestly, on that side. And you can see top side, they're creating a much distance. WSP are on their offside, mind you. So let's see how well they can defend it. This could be them trying to come back in the game. There's someone rappelling on the window and Desmond catches him out. That's going to be Sparko, the Jackal, that's no longer going to be with us for this round. And in the blink of an eye, it has been equalized to the 4v4 versus Mark over here, and WSP are biding the clock. They have 1 minute 30 seconds on it how they want. Finally, Sprint does jump down. Blitz will be making the progression downwards on a matter, but I want to see how well your vertical is going to be, because you don't have a ram, you don't have a sledge, and you have to be mindful of the Capcan traps, and that's exactly what Ions did not do. Vinci claiming a very free kill for himself for the lack of judgment of the gridlock player.
Oh yes, definitely look forward for the same. So the things that's been being turned around, and the challenge that's being presented are quite huge, quite heavy, and that's how they are taking it a step further. 5-3 on the board as of now. I can see a 5-4 right around the bend. Ashami may not allow that to happen because he has the position. At the same point of time, 4 players against 3. Sprint along with Ween making it happen, but a player right on the wall, and it's a very cheeky angle. Desmond for sure knows that he'll get a kill, but Buccaneer is the one to take it off. I am Noob on the other side falls. Ashami been taken down. Desmond's patience paid it. He knew that the saves would be covered, and that's the angle where he got the kill out of the position. 5-4, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 10 is here. The magical number 10. Again, why am I going with this number game? I don't know, guys, but 10 is something to look forward for in a lot of games. So 5-5 is on the board most likely.
That just depends on how WSB, but it's a very good comeback. They were 1-5 down in this map, and they have won every single defending round from that point forward. The offside has also been completed for them, and now they are looking like they are very strong because they're going back to that kitchen side. That was where I am Noob had to pull off the miraculous part of it with that mute, especially. So let's see if they're going to let it be like that, or they're going to be more aggressive this time, going to help it out. Want to leave it to maybe individuality plays towards the end and hopefully be a bit more aggressive from their side. A sledge coming from Spark. Is shooting a sledge, you're not quite sure about that, but other operators from the WSP seem well thought out about. You have the gridlock. They prefer the gridlock over the nomad for the backstabs, essentially from the side of Blitz, from what I've seen. And I'm not quite sure you want to bring a sledge and a ram. The one of them does the job enough from the side of verticality. I think you bring something with more EP. The sledge does have the EP if you want to back that up, but you don't have a kite, you don't have what you call a blitz. Instead, you don't have any of these things. No electrical also there coming in. So a nice setup here, and maybe this time they will be checking out for certain rooms where people can be hiding, like where Desmond was.
Yes, and that needs to be checked as well. But that's where situation can turn around. Now, Sprint earlier as well attempted an angle but did not work in the favor. I got to see if this is round where it can happen for the same. And meanwhile, talking about the numbers, Paco and Dean are the one who are taking a lot of teams. Desmond with 11, Dark Lord with 9. Now, got to see if those numbers can increase on this round or not. And it is very much needed. The hour is demanding at this point. 5-5 is for sure to happen. Otherwise, Blitzkrieg will definitely gun it further towards the victory.
And Ven with an early take of 3F over here. Ven's already inside the building. Before even the upstairs hatches open up, he's taking advantage of something that he's seen on his drone, of the spacing or gaps from the side of WSP. And he's taking advantage. Look at where he is already. And Iron's also walked in as well, setting up the traps on the red stairs, not letting anybody walk up essentially from their side. Goyos have been placed. You can see Frost. Vinci is looking for aggressive angles, but the Rams are coming in. It's only been 1 minute 50 seconds left on the clock, and all the vertical pressure is being applied yet again by the side of Blitz, and WSP look to be turtled up inside. I don't see many roamers from them, and this could be a mistake if they're all locked up in over here.
Oh yes, and it's going to be even bigger, better lock. That could have been a bit troublesome, wherein not a lot of reinforcement on the other front. Meanwhile, the utility dump seems as if verticality could work into the favor, the slight bit of angle, and that's a cheeky one. Desmond low on health, yet the vector in his hand, making it happen for the team. Oh no, that was not supposed to be the way it's been presented. Unfortunate turn for Desmond. Maybe it's an execution, and yes, that's what I see. Unfortunately, the frag got the best out of Buccaneer. Now it is I am Noob walking into the line. Will you get those 2 kills?
But I'm not sure. This is the whole point of Turtle. They're just gonna kill you from above, and you can do nothing about it. Vinci's gonna be roaming. He catches one guy out, but no, Ashami. Better shot in that fight. Gets the headshot onto Vinci, and only 2 members left. And holds a nice angle. Gets another kill onto Dark Lord. Oh my god, Ashami doing works. All that's left is Iron Noob, and I don't think even this man can be pulling off a 1v5 over here. He does get one with the C4, so the plan doesn't go down as of yet, but his position has been revealed. Not many places he can go. He's being shot from above, behind, forward, every single angle, and only this time managed to get 1 kill in this 1v5.
Oh wow. Oh my goodness, man. 6-4 on the board. Now, when we know what happens when it is number 6 on the board, and I'm kind of like expecting to see a big time play from Blitzkrieg, and that's when I can safely say in the next set of tournaments that, even Blitzkrieg is a team when they reach the number 6, they will not just let it go. Because I know for a certainty that Won't Stop Picking and Hussy Warriors are those teams who make that happen. Now I have to see if the team can rise up to the rank or not, to that occasion or not. Meanwhile, you'll see the preparation phase and the reinforcements in place, all that's happening. 40 seconds on the clock, and we see the action begin. Where will it be a victorious play for Blitzkrieg, or would it be a play where we see Won't Stop Peaking doing their stuff and bagging those two victories one after the other?
Yeah, it's about now if Won't Stop Picking will take us to that overtime. Basically, that's their only chance right here. The Blitz just need one more round right now to secure them going into map 3, the decider map between these two teams. But let's just take a look a bit about how they're going to position. Buccaneer has been switched back to what he prefers, I think so, in terms of the Legion. He's very good with the gun, with that SMG, and with the good roaming from himself. And they do need roamers. That's exactly what they were lacking last time. They could not do much in that basement side, and I Am Noob was left alone yet again, and this time the task proved a bit too much for him, as it would be for anybody to be in a 1v5 situation.
That would definitely be an interesting turn of events, particularly during a 1v5. And I'll be looking forward for the same. 6-4 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Expecting a 6-5. Will that happen or not? The team has to answer for the same. And also, no C4s. I'm kind of like slightly disappointed at this point of time. Nevertheless, have to work with what you got. So, making the way through the roof, and while doing the same, a big one. Now, do not forget the Dark Lord was taken down at the same angle behind the pancakes, and it's going to happen again. Most likely, if it is like a secondary thought that he had earlier. Desmond on the other side, quite strong with the Sterling SMG and has a very good position. Now, what I'm expecting is 2 kills from Sprint.
Well, let's see if Sprint can honestly deliver on that front. Sparkle with the sledge opens up the window. Some fires were coming out from that side, trying to answer the mark. It's been 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock. A nice angle being played from Sparkle, but he's not getting. He does get the Capcom traps over there, placed by Vinci earlier on. A nice angle, but Ion's not seeing the opponent that saw him. Ion takes quite a beating, switches to the upside down rappel instead, as well as Sparkle over here. You can see Sledge is trying to get the kill onto I Am Noob. He's not about getting on, he's not even getting him chunk damage onto that friend who's very tightly secured. Dark Lord was running away, but he could not run away from his death. Sparko gets another with his nade onto I Am Noob, and it's not looking good for WSP. If they want to continue to the map, they have to make their way back from a 3 versus 5. A minute left right now, standing in between them as they're trying to make their mark. Blitz have this hole open up. They're going for the run out, but does not shoot the Claymore in time. It was a desperate play, and all that stands between Blitz and a map 3 is Buckinator. Can they take down this Legion? It's also a big task for him in a 1 versus 4. The barbed wire should signal where he is, and Ashami will be taking that kill for himself. That's going to be GG for this game. We are going into a map 3 between these two teams, and it was them winning on their not so chosen maps that has led us to this scenario.
What a pattern happening today, right from map number 1. A team picks up a map and the opponent team wins it. Second case, the same thing happens. All right, kudos, very well played, Blitzkrieg. And that's what I didn't expect at the same point of time. You have answered it with your game, with your play. So if the same can be continued, you would be the victorious one. And we have to just wait and see in the next map that's going to be Clubhouse. Now, I'm not certain of the play style of either of the teams in Clubhouse. I will not be able to, anticipate a lot of this situation. Just have to wait and see right along with you. Now, talking about the frags, the kills that's been taken off on this entire map, I'm completely surprised the way Won't Stop Peaking has approached a lot of it, because this is not the same team that I have seen performing in Cafe Dostoevsky. They have been quite aggressive, quite on to the point and mark. It's like precise gameplay.
Oh yeah.
Whereas Yeah, whereas in this particular map, it's like a complete surprise package for me. Was there a bit of change of plan? Maybe wanted to try something out? I'm not certain though. The team has to answer. Now, time is of essence. Again, sometimes it's just not the day where everything planned would happen exactly the way it's been done.
True. Now it's going to be decided by the map three between these two teams. How it goes down. There are a couple of good plays. I think Blitz's defense was really good. Honestly, they looked pretty
Hmm.
nicely done about it. WSP just couldn't show the same kind of aggression they usually show in the defensive half. They tried to make some plays, didn't honestly work out for them. The only good point was when I am noob went for that mute play. That was like the only shining light for them, honestly. And everybody else fell quite short going into their own defensive half for WSP. And especially when they're turtling in their 1F side, I honestly don't know what was going through their mind for that kitchen defense plan.
Hmm. Interesting question. So even I'm sort of thinking on the same line, and why exactly it was not presenting. So have to maybe look at some more plays in order to get a better understanding on this particular thing, or maybe when we speak with the players when we get a chance, got to ask this question. um, Talking about the rounds that have happened, a lot of interesting plays, a lot which I haven't seen on the prior maps or on the prior rounds. So this is where kind of like a fresh change has been brought in. Again, I can't say with a certain assurance that it's a different kind of play that's been tried, tested, because behind the pancakes, Dark Lord kind of like had a lot of trouble. And when it was the other way around, sort of his shots didn't connect, and the opposition had a huge advantage as well as easy pickoff. I won't say easy pickoffs because Dark Lord definitely not made it that easy. At the same point of time, the kills happened, so that kind of like changed the situation for him.
It did look like that. It was okay. On the side, Parko got that, 5 piece, got that ace for himself where he shone for him. He took his team on his back. And that's where I think Blitz were cementing themselves as, one of the priority teams in this competition, in this matchup, especially over. So they take this map down 7-4 style. You can see from the kill distribution, everybody's in double digits except Sprint, who was pretty much just going for opening info from their side. Just look at those numbers. Those are the kind of numbers you see. Everybody across the board actually has double digits for them. And for the side of WSP, unfortunately, like we talked about, Dark Lord did get 9 kills, had 10 deaths. I am noob couldn't perform. He out of those 5 kills, 3 of them in just that one round where he clutched out essentially for himself. And look at first bloods. Ashami has 3-0 in terms of first kills,
Hmm.
while Iron Fist is 4-1. That just shows you the priority of getting the first kill for your team.
Yes, a lot of times it has happened, and that was very much needed, very well delivered by the player. And the numbers are speaking for themselves. I got to see if the same can be continued on the next map or not. And if that is the case, we can for sure expect some amazing turn of events. Now, my question is, Vinci, what happened? Because this is not the
Mhm.
usual numbers that I see from Vinci, particularly in the map of Cafe Dostoevsky. Again, I'm solely speaking with the experience with the observing of games that I have done on the prior tournament. So, a lot of questions, man.
Yeah, and it was a good curveball, I think, that Blitz threw at them. They took out key members. Buckner fell a couple of times in a row earlier on in fights, and they took advantage of this mayhem that they were causing in the defense, honestly. On when the side of WSP was attacking, WSP were losing numbers in terms they weren't completely droning out every single corner, especially the way people are just hiding in places. You have to be looking out for this level of competition. You have to be making sure for this kind of stuff. But guys, we will be jumping into that match three, the decider between both these teams. But before that, a very short break. Guys, welcome back to the Siege X Community Cup Season 4, organized by Fragnation with partnership with Ubisoft. As we met us with Santa, and we have ended up with our last map of the day. Given that this is the tiebreaker between both these teams, the decider map between it. First map was taken by Won't Stop Peaking over there, and second map was taken by Blitzkrieg on their opposing map picks, essentially. So that's a funny turn of events. And we're yet to see which of these two teams will be meeting against Hasib Warriors tomorrow.
I was so very confident it's going to be like quite neck to neck. I mean, I expected it will be a neck to neck competition, and you have very well spoken about it, and that's been delivered. At the same point of time, I did not expect Won't Stop Peaking to lose on Cafe Dostoevsky. 7-4, 7-4. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's the mirroring of the numbers. And again, the pattern that occurred, the map picked by Blitzkrieg, won by Won't Stop Peaking, and it happened the other way around on the next map. So these things are to be expected and probably could occur again as well. Now, in the next stages, not over here, but the decider in the clubhouse. Got to see what kind of surprises this map is going to bring to us.
Yeah, Clubhouse Decider is going to be interesting because they also have a basement site like that where you can turtle up. And I'm not sure if WSP is going to be following that same procedure, as well as it's a lot of opening hard breaches depending on how you. There's a good Maverick tricks here as well, depending on how they're going to use it. And we've seen Blitz does prefer that tendency, especially if it's going to be the same bands of the Thermite and the Ace that the side of WSP did in map 1. But without that, we are going to be heading straight into the game. We're going to be in the banning phase right now. I think this might be a pause because Vinci has left us, and the the Blackbeard and Mira get banned out. They really don't want to see this Blackbeard after what Dark Lord did to them.
Fear factor. Probably. Again, an operator to look forward for, and Blackbeard. Oh my goodness, for sure. Looks quite deadly for sure. And while playing, that's a different thing altogether. So, Worthy Ban and Mira, we know very well what's been done, how it's been done, etc. Nada. And Clubhouse, let's jump into the match. Is there a disconnection?
Yeah, I believe there is a disconnection. I think Vinci has left us for the time being, so we are at the pause while we wait for him to come back into the action. But I really want to see WSP step up because they weren't seeming like themselves for most of that map, especially during the attack half. So expect them to be stepping up huge coming into I love the Mira band coming in from Blitzkrieg because it's so useful in Clubhouse, especially in the gym side, in the basement side. The vision is there, and Mira has been pretty much a standard band throughout the entire series.
Kind of like a textbook ban it became, I can say safely, I think so. So yes, a lot can be seen, lot can be done. Dark Lord must have something planned out, or maybe Vince must have something planned out for the play in Clubhouse. So all that can be seen once we begin the map and the action to occur. Honestly speaking, I'm slightly short of words looking at the way Cafe Dostoevsky was handled, and it's a shocker for me. I have to get out of that mode as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, talking about the way it's been handled, I'm very, very impressed with Blitzkrieg attempting doing it time and again, and they made the best out of the situation. A lot of times, a lot of plays have been dismantled, a lot of plans have been shattered, and that was kind of like expected, and it's been delivered from Blitzkrieg. And why not? This is the stage where it should be all in, and they are going all in.
They are going all in. They pull out the stops last game, especially. I like the strategies they came in with. The Night Heaven Lab was a bit lacking for them, but they more than made up for it in Cafe. Now, Clubhouse is a completely different other beast. Been in the rotations for quite some time. Everyone should be well versed in what they will have to be doing this map. The roams, especially, is what I'm going to be keeping my eye out for, because Clubhouse, in my opinion, is one of the best maps to be a roamer in. There's so many cheeky angles that you can be holding, so many places that you can spot up from, especially just given how that basement is built in the bottom side. So honestly, going to be interesting to see how they are. I'm sure if it's going to be the CCTV room and stuff, they're going to have their Azamis on the walkway. But other than that, it depends if we're going to see maybe a Thermite ban or Ace ban as a secondary from Blitz, and maybe then the Maverick comes out, or it's just going to be the Thatcher EMPs plus the breach, open it up when your CCTV and when your basement. Is it going to be vertical play? Are you just going to open up dirt tunnel, come in from there? These are the kind of avenues that you have to be looking for if you're WSP.
That should be interesting for sure, and I'm looking forward for the same if that can occur or not. Meanwhile, I'm waiting for the player to connect, and as soon as that happens, we can walk right into the map where it will be the decider. And it would be a little bit of pause at this point, and we are getting a call which I kind of like missed. Could you repeat that?
I believe we will be taking a short break before we jump in as we wait for that player just to reconnect. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Guys, welcome back to the CJ Community Cup Season 4, organized by Fragnation in partnership with the Ubisoft. And as we saw it, we had just pretty much seen the bans that had gone down in case. We had seen the Mira was banned out. We saw the Blackbeard was banned out, but that's where we had to take a pause when one person had disconnected. But I still think this is going to be an action patch map because it's a series, it's 1-1, and the stakes are reaching that grand finals for the winner.
Yes, high stakes situation, and this is the decider. So nothing left after this. You have to just compete for the later set of positions. So the winner moves further. The other one is a learning opportunity, and they will be competing for the lower positions. So got to see which team is going to take it further. If it is Blitzkrieg, it's going to be like a welcome addition where a team is moving further into the grand final stage, where Hussy Warriors are waiting for the team. On the other side, won't stop peaking. They have geared up. I know for sure. They walk in with a plan. Now, they themselves have to tell me with the gameplay what the plan could be. Thermite, Twitch, Maverick, Ash, and Hibana, Valkyrie, Frost, Kaid, Tuberov, and Legend to compete with. Interesting round it would be in the map of Clubhouse. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for some action.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping right into map number 3 between both these teams. I like the Legion, I like the Tubarão and the Kaid. Ashami, I would have liked to see a more rotating role, but given that they have done the basement over here, they've gone all the way down in their first rotation over this side. So I think the side of WSP are going to make some changes there. The Maverick's not going to be there, definitely, if they see what it is. That Ram should be switched over from the Ash, and the Dogobi comes in. Yes, it seems like pretty standard what you should be bringing out. I want to see how well Ven's going to be roaming. Sparko is a determining factor. He's a very good shot, and in a couple of these fights that don't look like he should be going his favor, he definitely takes it into his margin. The Valkyrie has one Black Eye left to place. Let's see where Shami is going to be looking for that whatsoever, depending on how he's going to be going around. But Desmond over here has taken the Ram. The Twitch has come in as well as the Grim. So you have the Heartbeat of the Grim. You have the Grim to get some positions out when you enter the basement side. So this is looking like a good start from both teams, essentially.
Both teams well prepared, walk directly in and are ready for the same. Talking about it, there would be a lot more in store in the later rounds as well. Now, got to see how they are going to take it further. A bit of utility done at big time breach. But that should create a situation to get a kill out of this as well. Oh, positions advantage, indeed it is. So I can expect a kill from I am no, particularly with the angle that's been held out. And Sparko is being slightly cautious because he knows for sure as soon as moves in, that would be a big one.
That would be a big one. The C4 was used earlier on by Ions. He didn't get a kill. Buckinator gets the kill, but oh no! I am Noob just fell from the roof. Not quite sure about that one, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if he was low HP before the fall or he fell to get a reset, but that is not what you want to be seeing over there if it wasn't a reset that was intended from the Dokkaebi. But all in all, it's a 4v4. Dokkaebi is also on low HP as we head into the round. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock. A C4 is getting prepped in the hands from Ashami. This one also does not connect. So 0 for 2 in terms of C4s for Blitz right now. Somebody just triggered a Legion, man. I heard it from across the map through the pinpoint of the Grim. Let's see if you want to make more attention towards Dirt instead, and that's maybe what the Dokkaebi wants to do. Your heart, which is still not actually available to Dark Lord. He's used both of them at this point, and you don't have that Hibana for hard breaching. So this has made the situation a bit more tense for the side of WSP. They can't even get set, but to the Sparko gets the kill onto Dark Lord to the second floor, and Ion with his gun, with his DMR, gets the kill on to Desmond. And now the calls are coming in from IMNU, but it might be a bit too late. And he is calling them, but they have answered by ringing his own head over there. Ashami gets the kill onto IMNU. Buckinator, all that stands between Blitz and WSP for Blitz to get their first round in the map. How much can this little Twitch do? Nice angle from Ion Flares through that gap in the wall. Picks up the kill onto Buckinator, and in very nice fashion. That's going to be round number 1 going over to Blitzkrieg.
Couple quick ones is all that's needed to begin with, and already taking a lead right in the beginning, that's going to leave a mark on the next set of rounds. I got to see if that can be overturned, if it can be changed, whatever, nada, and a lot more in store. Hibana, Ash, and Thermite on the other side. Vamai, Frost, Castle, Bandit, and Valkyrie. Camps in position. Twitch and Maverick joins in. Now, round number 2, I'm expecting a 1-1 score line. Won't stop peeking. Come on, please deliver that. And I am moved. Excuse me, what was that?
He's just having some fun with it at that point. I'm just seeing what he's going for. Not quite sure how he fell out there. We're just not going to be talking about it. But we do have the gym setup coming in from Blitz right now. The castle is there. And now the bandits coming out for the electric wall of the wall. That's the main point of entry. And you can see a couple of rones coming here and there. Dark Lord has the Maverick. Could make short work of this. But they brought 2 hard breachers, a Maverick, and the Ash. So a lot is determined just opening up this wall essentially. And Buccaneers on his favorite Capitao. Let's see how well he can do. I love the gun of the Capitao. The Para is such a beautiful gun to play with. The recoil is barely non-existent over there. So Claymore's coming in case of runouts, but essentially I don't think anyone's going to be on that side. You have to be more careful of the windows in this site take for them.
Yes, that's an angle and that's an approach that can be easily countered, and we have seen players just fall off while trying to vault in because of the way the setup has been done. So got to be cautious on that mark. Meanwhile, drones going in, and if the breach happens, it's going to be a quick quill. Ready for the same. Just waiting for a bit of intel to occur, but the opposition, the reinforcements in place and knows for sure the breach is going to happen, is going to get ready, but the backstab. This is where a lot of things have turned around. Won't stopping has to make a big time mark over here, ready for the same. 2 kills right in front. A sprint, well prepared, I believe so. Is it not? Have the player to say.
Yeah, they're opening up the wall. The Mavericks are going down. He's just opening it as wide as possible as he can. He's just going to be breaking down these reinforcements between them, making due diligence of his side, and that's why the right side of the wall has been completely opened up right now. They can open it up with just an Ash charge or any breaching charge whatsoever. It's pinged out by that, but it's Sparko gets the kill onto Desmond, unfortunately. That was in one of garage of all places. So Desmond was trying to make a sneaky entry from there, but was denied by Spark, who just loves playing Frost, especially I think just for this gun. The Sterling SMG does quite a bit of wonders, and Vinci has a lower type of ammo magazine for himself with that Hibana gun for him. But Sparko is still dueling out. I don't think any problems whatsoever. This is outside the window. The window is pretty much the game of this site. You have to do a lot for this. You can see the flames coming in, and that forces the bandit that side of the bathroom stall. So he has to jump away, get a bit of exchange, and try and get away. You're gonna enter as Vinci. I'm not sure what you were thinking with that entrance point. He thought maybe the flash is enough. Bucketed a nice cheeky kill onto Iron from that angle. He was looking at someone else from the other windows, really trying to catch out the Maverick, but no. Pays with his life, and the Maverick does end up going down, this time to Ven. The Valkyrie claims a kill for himself. Now you can see them walking in, but it's a little too late on the clock. Ashami is going to kill I Am Noob, who's entering from server room, and now Buccaneer is all that stands for his team. And yet again, can he come out on top? It's a 1 versus 4, not likely in the scenario. It's just a moment or a few seconds away before Blitz secures the second round. Buccaneer can't do much. Pretty much is just going to be KD saving and maybe using this time for help his team think about what they're going to do in the next round.
Interesting it will be. And right now Buccaneer on his own against 4. Not going to be easy for sure. So time of the essence and nothing to be done. A last moment calls, probably a quick peek, and even that did not happen. So nothing to take out of that situation. Kind of like surprised the way the entire turn of events happen. One more round into the name of Blitzkrieg, and they are taking it quite beautifully. So the third is going to leave a mark, and from the third it's going to be a big time change. Probably have to just see if Won't Stop Picking can get it done. So Doc, Frost, Tuberov. Then on the opposition we have Twitch, Capitao, Maverick along with Ace. Pandre and Vamai, for sure, good addition in place.
It is, and now they have gone for CCTV room, make the full rotations up. After this, the complete rotation of the defense sides will be done for them. And I want to see their defense coming in. We don't have an Azami for the walkway, so we're not going to be protecting it that much. We still might just be fighting. Omai looks to be getting his back in, and it was Asami that was actually on drone hunting duty as well as reinforcing this garage side part of this site. All the walls going to get reinforced. No electric coming in for Blitz, more importantly over here. It's going to be hard to defend the wall. You have a Chubar to slow down the process, but not quite sure what their game plan is over here.
Game plan, and we have to look for it, wait for it, most likely. I'm expecting a bit of heavy opposition and a bit of play, which can turn things around. What I'm looking for and what is happening are two different things. I'm slightly skeptical to this fact, and I'm not sure, to be honest, because whatever I'm thinking is happening the other way around, and it's exactly not the way I thought so. So
I'm not sure if WSP knows that Blitz don't have an electric and are going to be still cautious about it. Not sure if the spot remembers, but the walls are already getting broken down by the Ace, the vertical. But this is, you're just open up this site for free, honestly, without electric. And look at this, Spin is waiting here around the corner. I don't think he's going to be catching any prey. They're going to use the Ace charge to break down the deployable shield, and they're going to catch someone off on the walkway. No, the walkway player is alive. Going to heal up. It's a dog. That's the perks of the duty over there. But Ion, in the meantime, has fallen down, making it a 5v4 in favor of WSP. Won't stop peeking. Should continue their peeking, honestly. And this might be a free kill. Desmond picks up another. Buccaneer picks up the kill of Sparko. And Ven is left in a 2 versus 1. Ven also falls down. All that is left is Spin. And Spin has made a rotation all the way from Jim, essentially, to this situation. With the DMR, how much can he do? And this is what I was saying. Did not understand the game plan of Blitz heading into this side. You don't have any electric sprint. Picks up another kill onto Buckinator, but it's still a 4 versus 1. Tavaro with half HP gets put down by Desmond. He picks up the kill for this, and what I thought was no game plan turned out to be no game plan for the side of Blitz, and WSP will be claiming their first round in map number 3.
let's go. Well, you got the first one. Now, can you get the second as well and can take it further? Would remain as a question for me. And if it happens, we'll have a lot of action to watch for, a lot of equalizers to go for, etc. etc. I mean, well, Capito and Valkyrie taken off the mark, so no more of those black cams and no more of intel from Valkyrie. To talk about the picks, yes, Frost and Legion. On the other side, Ace, Sledge, and Grim. Tibaro joins ranks with Kaid and Goyo and Doke be in action. I'm kind of like missing out on Solace. Has there been a lot of change because of which Solace is not being used? Or maybe it's not the map?
Solace is not the map, and Solace is more like primary for rank. We don't usually see him in competitive play, just given how his kit is. You don't have much to help your team out with. He's pretty much a roamer, and I think there are much more substantial, better roamers at this point, just given how the state of Solace is in the game. But we are back to the basement for Blitz, and they did prevent the hatch from opening up last time. If they managed to do something on those sorts, it would be very good for them. WSP have the Ace. Not quite sure that the changes should be made, because with the Ace, it's harder to open up hatches. You need 2 Ace charges per hatch, so I don't think that should be the game plan. There should be a Hibana switch soon, or this could be a vital mistake coming in from WSP.
That would be interesting to watch for sure, if it's the same case. Having said that, Won't Stop Picking, making their move, and it's going to be a big one, I believe so. Blitz on the other side is very well prepared for the same. 3 moving in from the canals, 1 from the garage storage as well. Okay, 2 from the garage storage. That's going to be big. The breach slightly possible, and Ashami ready for the same. Buckinator did not expect the angle, and the Vector took a big one. I am no on the other side, moving in. Oh, through the basement. That's a big one. And I expect 2 kills off the mark. Now, let's see if that is the same case or not. Meanwhile, something else is planned out, and as I thought so, I did not expect from Dark Lord, but that's been delivered. Now, Vinci, where are you?
Don't know where he is, but Dark Lord, that was a very good sneaky way into Dirt. Use the hard reach, just crawls his way in, gets the kill onto the unsuspecting Ashami, who had stopped the initial aggression. Sprint picks up the kill onto Dark Lord, the guy who had walked in at that point. And so nobody on site. He threw a C4, but you're not going to be catching him out. Vinci gets away, gets the kill onto Iron, gets the kill onto Sprint. A double kill being picked up by Vinci. You have the knockdown, I am noob, the Dogabi. He's going to get picked up maybe slightly over at this point. He fires through the wall. Sparko has been knocked down. Sparko has been put out of his misery. So it is now a 3 versus 1. Make it a 2v1 because Dogabi is still down. But you still see the foots of the Legion. You're trying to sprint through the wall. Legion walks up. Legion does not do much. He goes down, and WSP pick up another round. The fast push in from Dirt seemed to be the strategy that allowed the blue players to even flow back into sight.
Interesting turn of events, and did not expect it quickly as it turned around. Wherein, you know what? I wanted an equalizer, they delivered an equalizer. I'm happy about the situation. So let's take it further. Can we see the 2-3 happening? Ace, Ash, Dokebi, Twitch in the play, and IQ walks in. That's a big time change. All right, so Won't Stop Baking is gearing up for something bigger, better, and 2-3. I want to ask, but you know what, Madness, whenever I say so, I feel like, today the caster curse is acting, so I'll kind of like shut up on this mark.
It can be on the side. I think that IQ's been brought in to spot out where the guide charges will be. Honestly, I think that's the only utilization you can have here, given that the Valkyrie is out of the picture, and Capcom is not traditionally something that Blitz does run. But as we head in more into this map, it's still 2-2 between them, and the basement, which proved like a very good stronghold for Blitz, was answered by W. That's the adaptability we were talking about from Won't Stop Peaking, the way they roam in well. A nice Fenrir actually placed over there. Very hard to spot out, very hard to actually even neutralize, even you're walking in from blue, and that's going to stop a lot of aggression from that side. Let's see what WSP have in store for us with this next set of attacks.
Plan, execution, timing. Meanwhile, communication at the right time and at the moment. If all these done in tandem with each other, that's a round the team can take it further. Talking about the same, whenever I see Buckinator with a FAMAS, I know for sure I can expect like at least 2 kills. Would he be able to deliver it or not? That's a different thing altogether. At the same point of time, a very, very cheeky angle. I don't think anyone would contest head on over this point. Wherein a lot of things have changed. So it is quite possible as well. So Dark Lord moving in a cheeky angle, a quick spray, no connection, no damage. Both contesting heavily. Vector with a lot of firepower, and meanwhile when against Vinci, that should have been a quick 1v1 to look forward for. Dark Lord over here, slightly struggling, I would say. Buckinator on the other side, well prepared. 3 onto his name, 4th would occur.
Fourth can occur. Let's see if it doesn't. This is exactly where Dark Lord went from last time, and Blitz have adapted for themselves. They are focusing on fighting for control of this dirt tunnel. The call comes in from the Dokebi. Can you spot out anybody else? The flames are burning this side. Quite sure about that, but that's a burst in the pipe, honestly, at that point. Calls going out, nothing achieved from it, and yet still Ashami is going to be holding on to dirt. And I think Dark Lord has moved on from that. It's just too tough a position to remove this Goyo from. You're going to have to find a different avenue of attack, and this is the adaptability of Blitz now coming into favor. They adapted to what WSP adapted to. They put Fenriers down on the blue side, they fought for dirt tunnel here, and they're just making sure that WSP have to find a different form of attack, and they don't have the hard breach or the EMPs to actually get these hatches. So this should be definitely going in Blitz's favor unless WSP finds some gunfights where they can take advantage. Look at Ash. She's walked all the way in. The guide is not ready. Guide was a C4 prep, and Ash rushing in over here has been detrimental to the side of Blitz. And these are the kind of plays we were expecting, but Asami takes them down inside the dirt tunnel, has another one knocked as well, or low HP actually. Desmond, all that is left standing for WSP members. How much can you do? And he's the one who actually made the initial engage all the way deep into this side of the site. And not quite sure why Asami is still worried about dirt. Only Desmond is alive, and if Desmond falls away, and you pretty much knew where Desmond was, so he's walked in. Have they just not kept track of where the Ash is? 13 seconds left on the clock. knock. It's a 3 versus 1. Desmond's trying to find any foots that he can, might catch out, but no, it's a deployable. There's a Federal, and this is the Federal I was talking about in blue. You can't find it, and you can't do much. The Ash is pretty much just going to survive, save KD at that point. But Blitz will have the last laugh, taking that round for themselves.
Oh, big ones happening and big ones will continue. 3-2 on the board. Expecting something at this juncture is kind of like becoming difficult for me because the way things are turning around are a lot of surprising factors. I haven't seen or anticipated such, and it's a welcome surprise for me for sure. Meanwhile, is Ash, Thermite, Amaru for moving in with Maverick. Okay, now what would be the welcome change? And again, what I'm surprised is Vinci, who usually has the top kills, is kind of like slow on this front. I am Noob brings in a surprise. I know for sure sometimes his skills are low, wherein when the team needs him, he rises up to the situation, and we both saw that happening and happening right today itself. So I'm not certain again. 3-2. Can I see a 3-3? Only the team can answer it.
Honestly, it's about how they played out. Blitz have now forsaken the basement. They've gone up to gym, I think, which is one of their preferred sites of fighting for these objectives. Let's see how well WSP can answer back. They brought the Maverick, they brought the Ace as well as the Thermite. Buccaneers back on the farmhouse with the Twitch, unless he has the DMR prep. Desmond gonna continue on the Ash. He's the guy who's been the point where you can actually start making impact in these rounds for the side of Won't Stop Picking. He's the guy who's entering. He doesn't mind it whatsoever. That's a very risky Ash pick, and it paid off with the pick that he got onto the Kaid last time. Rotations being made in the bathroom side. You don't have electric yet again for Blitz for this side.
No electric, and the Blitz for the side need to be looked forward. Buccaneer making the move. Desmond as well gone to a very good angle. Whereas I don't see anyone from Blitzkrieg about to walk directly nearby the window, wherein the angle is approached and ready for the same. Possibly again, it's kind of like a flush play where you will make them move around the corner. But this is giving away a lot of information. The steps, the sound cue is there, and the opposition is very well prepared for the same. A bit of explosion, no damage at this juncture. On the other side, Ashami kind of like taking a step and immediately been stopped. A bit of denial. So quick turn is all that's needed, and a bit of counter move as well, waiting for the same. Meanwhile, Sprint has a different plan altogether, kind of becoming impatient. Meanwhile, the base is covered as well. Troublesome it indeed, and that's what Buccaneer gets the best. With Vn off the mark, Vinci can directly move on.
Yeah, Buccaneer got that in the basement, I think so, before coming up to 1F right now. And that's the Ven who's maybe trying to make a run out, like you saw him do earlier. That run out from the side of Ashami didn't pay the way he wanted it to. Use the nade, but couldn't get much. Upside down repel seems to be the bread and butter of Vinci. He's likes to hold these kind of angles, and Ash will be clearing the rest of the doors, barely creating a more opening. And that's because the second side is still reinforced. Dark Road hadn't, triggered that. Ashami catches out. I am Noob. An enemy has been roaming, and an enemy has got the kill, and Ashami has been knocked down. Can he be picked up? I'm not quite sure. He's crawling on 1F right now, trying to come back up, but Desmond's inside. And when the Ash is inside, and especially if it's Desmond, he causes havoc. He gets another, Ions goes down. He has controlled this side. He has taken it for himself. He has the diffuser, going for the plant, maybe just going for a fake just in case a C4 was coming up, but no C4s are available. Not quite sure about that. And now will be complete. Buccaneer catches up Sparkle, trying to use the rotation into office, and unfortunately gets put down for his troubles. Now it's Shami in a 1 versus 3. Can this low HP man Wamai do it right here? He has a rotation on the right side. SP cautious about, crosses it, but Desmond will be picking up his third kill of the round, and this is what I'm talking about. Desmond is the guy who is now leading WSP from behind.
Wow, that was needed, and it's been delivered. Equalizer, we asked, equalizer, it is delivered, and we can see the score changing. Well, Won't Stop Peaking take the next step and get the fourth on the board is the question as of now. And talking about the bans, Mira and Ace, it is Blackbeard needed in Cafe?
It's not it's not about needed in Clubhouse or not needed. It is about like your play style if you're more accustomed to it. Like a Blackbeard works everywhere, a Monty works everywhere, but just about the kind of strategy you're going to be running if you want a shield operator or not. That's basically how you want to play. And we have not seen the side of Blitzkrieg actually even play much shields. Not even their namesake Blitz, which I'm slightly disappointed by.
I'm still stuck at cafe, and I forgot I'm in Clubhouse. So correction over there. So got to see if this will work in the name or not. So Capcan Mute, Kai, Delician, and Azami, Ash, Sledge, Ying, Ibana, and Thatcher. I think Ying, it's the first time on this particular semi-final stage being used, and it's gonna be big, I believe so.
Ying
Right,
was
so-
used in the last map as well. I think it's the first time we're going to see it in this map from the side of Ions. But Ying is a tricky operator. You have to have good chemistry with the team. At the end of the day, that is a huge mag in their gun, depending on how you want to use it. And you can just keep on using it for suppression fire and how you enter. But I think the Ying might just get changed to that Twitch right now.
Ying changed to Twitcher, and that's going to turn things around a little bit. I feel so.
10 seconds
A
left.
bit of breach, and no, not exactly. A lot of things are going in my head, and the way I'm anticipating and what I'm seeing are like two different things. So fourth is definitely expected out of it. Got to see, and won't stop being the defenders, making a big time change. If the switch happens, being the attackers, that would be a different thing altogether. Sprint ready for the same. Already has 2. Ashami on the other side, big time numbers, 7 to his name, and 8 is very well possible. Also, do not forget what Desmond has done with the shotgun. You remember from the other days. And ready for the same. 9 already is to a name. Will the 10th happen? The magic number.
Yeah, Desmond on that Ash was just diabolical in the approach to the side. It's what allowed WSP to equalize the rounds heading into the second half over here. And it looks like they just want to take the control. Blitz wants to take control of this 2F for themselves, for Jim as well. Use the bug, create a lot of holes. It doesn't look that fancy, but at the end of the day, it's doing its job done. And you're just opening up hatches as well, create some, rotations for your own self of going down fast. And it looks like WSP are completely turtled. I don't see much roamers, and this is an interesting strategy because this is one of the sites where turtling is maybe not that bad, given that you guys have to just be worried about dirt and so many angles as well. Defaults getting cleared out. This is going to allow Blitz to take complete control of the sites above, and not so much a problem whatsoever for them.
Oh yes, and that's making it happen as well. Need to be cautious a little bit at the same point of time. Oh, I did not see that happening. All right, so a quick kill, and for sure Sparko would have been surprised as well. 5v4 situation, won't stop going all, and the second is about to happen vertically for the favor. Shots not connected, no damage. A quick utility can completely turn things around. Ready for the semi big time on the whole, but Ion Flare has a different plan altogether. Buckinator was not supposed to go down. Is Desmond ready or not is a thing I'm waiting for.
Yeah, and that was a good kill from Ion Wont to Buccaneer, and a good C4 honestly earlier on to get out Sparko. Vence gets the kill onto Vinci, who's not been having the best of games. Ven is looking to put more aggression right now, and this is a problem with turtling in WSP. If you can't stop the aggression on top, if you don't do much, it might be harmful. Here comes the nade for Shabi, picks up Dark Lord. All that remains is I am Noob and Desmond. How well can the Skate and the Mute do right here? Oh, a bit of a mischarge on that Grim might pay some trouble later. Flashbangs being propped, they jump into sight, the plant's going down. All the times I am Noob, how much can he do? He walks in, but there's so many angles that he has to be careful of. He's not even looking that properly at Ashami, he's just half peeking him, you can see it going down, and that's the kill going over to Ashami. He takes that for himself, and that will be Blitz taking the round advantage in map number 3 against Won't Stop Peeking.
A lot of moves being presented, and a lot is going to change. Meanwhile, things turning around, and numbers are speaking for the same. 4-3 on the board. I expected 3-4 to be very honest, because the way Won't Stop Peeking has positioned themselves, and then they took a step further. Nevertheless, it can be 4-4, and I'm certain the team is prepared, the plan is there, just that needed is the execution. So, ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds, and we will see some amazing moves. One more C4.
I don't know. You always want that C4 Santa, and we might just get to see it given how the plays have been going on. I honestly thought after they got Spark out of the picture, WSP could fight back because there's no longer a sledge to make some more verticals for yourself. But Blitz still can make verticals here, there, whatever. They have a buck open as well, so they can go for those kind of plays. And now it looks like we're going to Jim right here. No, actually, yeah, it's still Jim's side. Jim is what has been picked up by the side of WSP. Let's see if it pays out better than how the basement side went for them. The Maverick comes in for Ions, and as well as you have a sledge to knock open some doors and walls as well. Let's see how well it can be panning out for them, and if by any chance that they can answer back to the aggression being shown.
Answer back indeed is needed, and it would be delivered most likely. A lot to play for Sparko connecting a little bit of shots, but not the damage being dealt on the other side. I am now moving in with the shotgun in the play. Quick breaches vertically for the name it, believe so. And from the roof, a big one about to happen. Meanwhile, Buckinator, definitely with the Sterling SMG, making... Ooh! Okay, interesting. I did not see that coming in under the headshot connection, but unfortunately missing out a lot. And Dark Lord, what's happening with you today? I'm not certain. We're in the 3v5 situation, not looking so good.
Not looking good whatsoever. Desmond Darklord are no longer for this round, and Flare and Vayne have taken quite a beating for the trouble that they had to dish out for WSP. The nade goes out just clearing close by as well as far away, and now with the shell shock coming in, the flames come out. You have to relocate, and that's exactly what I'm doing. He's just barely staying alive, but Vinci, nice shot onto Spark with the MP7 from quite some range, honestly, and the Fenrir makes short work of the sledge, who had fallen down quite earlier in the last round. But Hivana now making another hole up from here. Interesting, they're making a shape that should not be announced, but we're walking in. You have 3 members up from the defenders. You want to make short work of it. 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. You found out where the Fenrir is sitting, and you pretty much know that from the kill that he had got earlier on. The Blackbeard's trying to enter, but there's a Fenrir that is stopping him. He finally spots it out, gets the Fenrir out of the way, so he's going to be less useful. But Vinci's doing work, and the C4 from below. The C4 from below claims the kill onto the life of Ashami. Quick work coming in, and in the blink of an eye, the situation has become 2 versus 2. 2 members with full HP from both sides, as well as Ven and I'm relatively low. 40 seconds left. The Fenrir is getting triggered, so they shouldn't know where Ven is, but Ven is low HP, has to take the fight before even trying to break Fenrir. That should not be hitting him anymore, but you're going to be walking in as the Hibana. Can the Hibana actually do anything at this point? You have the shot stuns coming in from the Soviet from her gadget, but you can't do much. You can almost get the he's going to be proning. Doesn't get the kill. Doesn't actually land any damage, honestly. That's going to be the Frost alive, and Sprint has been taking very low. But there's low times in the clock. He has to go for the plant. Van gets the kill on I am Noob. Can you get the kill onto Sprint? That's what he does. He gets the diffuser down. He is in a corner, but it's Buckinator who gets the kill onto Van, and Buckinator coming up huge for WSP in the last moments of the round.
Big numbers and the equalizer, ladies and gentlemen, which we have been waiting for. Won't stop making, are slightly, hiding their ace cards and just presenting a little tidbits, which is making their mark for sure. Now, talking about the selections, we have been waiting for Blackbeard, I believe so, and here it is. So, sledging Hivana Zofia to walk with Blackbeard. The other side, Capcan, Mute, and the others following them to God to see if this setup is going to work for the team or not. And Blitzkrieg walking in with a lot of surprises time and again. Round number 9. Now, if you remember, I said that it's round 6, round 9 where things can change a lot. And now that the equalizer here, will it be a 5-4 or will it be a 4-5? Just time would answer us. I do not see any C4s. Again, madness. You know what? When we see those explosions, those are the clippable moments, and why not, man? It's going to be quite fun and entertainment, and audience would always be look forward for. If I'm looking for it, there would be more.
Yeah, and Desmond does have the C4 that you are wanting, so it is available in case they want to go for those kind of plays. But we've gone back to the basement for WSP over here. And the Blackbeard that Ashami has been piloting for the last 3 rounds is going to be continuing for himself. Sprint has the diffuser as well as the Hibana for him, and a Brava makes its appearance. So we're maybe going to be trying to steal some of these Fendries and Kapkan traps for ourselves, make it like WSP have to be on the watch out for it. And don't know if they're aware a Brava is on the horizon against them, especially in this situation. 2 minutes and 30 seconds are left, just openings being made everywhere. It is one of these teams at least will have hit the 5th mark round by the end of this one. Let's see how it goes. We can see the 4 Fendries were only 2 active given the nerf that had happened quite some time ago. And how well Ashami is going to be doing this Blackbeard any justice for how you go in. It's going to be a quick attempt. It looks to be much more on the slower side, and this time I think hatches will be open.
Hatches which has to be, and it has to be taken care of from the air entry point, and Buckinator denies a big one. Ashami off. Here's the top fragger, and this can lead to 5-4. Now, I mean to say, the 5th one for won't stop picking. I should have said 4-5. Talking about the same, with 4 players left out, still Blitzkrieg can present a heavy set of assault. I believe so. If Ven can make the mark, followed by a sprint, and then Iron's Flare has done a lot of times. Meanwhile, collecting a lot of detail, the drone has gathered a bit of intel. I believe so. The foot was visible. So making the move is now the question. All 5 intact, won't stop making a big one, and as expected, Veen has delivered it, and that too against Vinci. If you see, a lot of times it's a 1v1 between Veen and Vinci, and Veen has been winning.
Veen has been winning. Vinci unfortunately not doing that well. And what we had seen before was that Brava drone actually hacking a lot of utility away. Got a camera, got a Fenrir for itself. I'm not sure if WSP have been aware to the fact that these things have been stolen away from them, because it might be a hard time otherwise. You want to use... Oh, there's a bulletproof camera actually behind that Azami. That could be used very well in later stages of the game, but it's still a 4v4. 4s across the board in terms of all columns and categories. It's 4 rounds for each team, 4 players alive from each team here, and only the Arsenal Fender is not active. One has been stolen away, so I think with that one being neither, he should be aware that it has been stolen and not been taken, like destroyed instead. Stuns are coming in, the drop should be coming in very soon as well, and that's what we're expecting. And there comes the Hibana, runs into a Fenrir, gets the knock onto Desmond, but not before getting knocked by Desmond C4 that he's through as a Materdome pretty much over there. Darklock gets the kill on Ben, who's walking down the stairs, but members of Blitz are making their way onto the side. Are you aware from the side of Darklord? No, Darklord goes down, and in the Fenrir itself, the plant is going down. Only I Am Noob is alive. He gets the kill onto Ions. 2 down from over here between Sparko and I Am Noob. Who gets the kill? It's going to be I Am Noob for the kill. And I'm not sure. Now he knows. He was looking up. He didn't know that Hibana was down. And he's going to be picking up his teammate. Not going to let the KD go. No! The misclick, he goes barriers instead of picking him up. I think Desmond is not going to be happy with I Am Noob about that one.
Really? Maybe, heat of the situation has completely caught the player's attention, and in certain scenarios it is quite possible. I have thrown frags instead of smoke, and that kind of like, okay, that not about the self stories and so on, but it happens when it's like high intense gameplay and so on and so forth, and it kind of like odd. Yeah, okay. Blackbeard Fenrir taken off, 4-5 on the score. Let's see, Hibana Young Thatcher joined by Capita. On the other side we have Azami, and that's a lovely skin on Azami, by the way. Ash with a cap, and Frost walking in along with Maestro. So I would say interesting for sure. Melusi and Jaeger. So what kind of plan WSP has for the play? Won't stop peeking, do not stop peeking, and continue for the 6th. I won't say if you get 6th it would be big, because that is not happening. I'll just wait for the same to occur.
Yeah, and yet again, no electric on this defense in server room. Interesting, and maybe this is the norm right now between these teams, but neither have brought electric when defending this side. Maybe they just anticipate a Maverick coming from the opponent team and just choose to ignore it whatsoever. But a Thatcher is there for Blitz, and if Blitz sees there's no electric, there's no need, honestly, for the Thatcher. Instead, maybe to get the Maestro cams that you can do later on. Hibana's come in instead of a Thermite, and Blackbeard. Oh, I guess the Thermite's banned earlier on, and Blackbeard is what it's been banned. So Shami can't be using that anymore for himself. That's the only thing he's been playing. So he's back to his default Ashe that he likes to play a lot.
Default Ash. I didn't know it. That's a possibility that because of the thing, it can turn things around. All right, round number 10. Will it be the 6th for Won't Stop Picking, or will it be the 5th for Blitzkrieg? If it is 5th for Blitzkrieg, it's going to be quite an intense battle for sure. And looking at the way the breach is happening, I can definitely expect 2 quick kills. Just at the beginning, the entry frags will make a big time difference, and the players are ready very well for the same. I see one about to happen. Why did I say hack? That's not the position at this point. One about to happen right at this juncture, and the drone has picked up a lot of detail that also gave away the position of the player. I have to see if the reinforcement, the repositioning would happen or not.
They are trying right now, and you have the Azami playing the traditional walkway for them, so they're trying to deny, but they've made a garage into that side, and this is where the Ying can come in huge. You blind the Azami behind it, you don't even get Ying yourself, and you just run in. And the flame should be coming out. There's some fire back over here. Can you catch out? Dark Lord's getting whittled away, but Desmond gets the kill onto Ions. Dark Lord has fallen out. Sparko gets the kill on the Shami. A team kill at this time in the game is not what you want. Desmond picks up another, but gets traded by Ven. And Sprint and Ven are on the bot side. Buckinator, I'm Noob, and Vinci against them. Sprint takes Dark Lord out of his misery, who was just knocked down on the walkway of the catwalk in garage. And now it's Ven and Sprint against 3 members. How well can they do? It's a Thatcher and a Hibana. Everything's been opened up. So you have to wait away, as well as you have those Maestro camps. They're just going to be completely annoying. They're going to destroy any drones you throw in. Oh, but the ping was there. He's trying to shoot him through the floorboard. Doesn't get it quite so for Ven. Almost a nice play, creative play coming in for them on how he goes out. But red pings are coming out on Sprint, on Thatcher, and they know that Sprint is on the side of B, and Maestro is doing a lot of damage with the cam. Sprint's around 80 HP of himself over here. The bulletproof cam is not getting broken away. It's just going to keep spotting and out, and you just look at this. This is just masterful play coming in from Buckinator. Distracting so much, and finally they get the kill onto Ven, but no, it does get traded by Sprint. It's a 2 versus 1. They know one guy's on red side. They know where Buckinator is, and Buckinator should on side. Cancels it out. They know from that bullets that the plant's not going down, and now another inkling comes in. The nade comes out, doesn't connect as much. The plant's going to be actually gone through completely. No, it does not. Last second, Sprint gets up. Vinci claims the kill. He's been sitting on these red for quite some time, makes his way closer and gets the kill onto the Hibana, the fire onto the head.
Oh my goodness, a lot of action happened, and 4-6 it is. The time to say, are you gearing up? Are you ready to go the next step? Because this is going to be a big one. So Ash, Sledge, and Hibana to move in. On the other side, we have Frost, Castle, Legend. Maverick joins on the other side. We got to see who would be the 5th. That will be Capita. And right here, Azami and Bandit has joined in. Oh, that's a lovely skin on Azami. All right, the 6th is here. And we have spoken about it a lot of times, particularly when the team reaches nearby to the match point. So it's a thing, it's been going on. So would the trend continue, or would Blitzkrieg disallow them?
Yeah, if the trend is anything to note out, it should be 7-4-7-4. Honestly, at this point, this is how it will go out. It should be WSP comment off. But Blitz with the 3rd map are definitely going to be looking to take this all the way to overtime. That's be 1 round away from securing themselves in the grand finals tomorrow against Sea Wars. And this time, they have chosen to bring the electrical. And the Maverick might get switched out. If the Maverick gets switched out, this could open up the avenues for WSP to get it for themselves, and it does get switched out. The Ying comes in, and this Bandit is honestly going to be very hard to deal with.
Difficult indeed it is, not unachievable, so most likely chances that the mark can happen. Buckinator with the Sterling SMG has been quite phenomenal. Got to see if that kill can happen. Meanwhile, a bit of damage on Iom Noob. Got to be cautious, because if he falls, the cover or the rotation that's been being performed would completely go off the mark. But unfortunately, on the other side, a bit of damage Ashami definitely did not expect the same, and that's been taken care of. Okay, he's been picked up as well. Immediate turn of events. No one is getting ready to leave it just like that, and why not? It's the final moves that's been presented.
Yeah, Nashami low on HP gets picked up at the end of the day, but now that's Sophia very low on HP as you walk in. They are defending a lot on the backside, and the plan of Blitz is to come from the other way. They're coming from CCTV room entirely. The Gong is used to open up the barricade before Peak was coming in. Dark Lord's all the way in the basement as a castle. I think he was caught out and he has to make a complete rotation for himself. And someone sounds like they're in pain. The frost mats get neutralized as well underneath the window, so no one gets caught out by that instead. So that's one less frost out of the picture. Low HP bars across Ion Ashami as well as Dark Lord as we make our way in. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock right now. And Ven picks up the kill out to Desmond, broken the deadlock between these two teams. That's the bandit out of the picture, as well as the bandit charge getting destroyed on the wall. And now the Hivana can get to work and open that up. There was no castle on that wall, I guess.
Oh, that was very much needed, and Desmond going off. That's not going to be easy, but Sparko kind of like taking a damage, immediately fall down. Dark Lord not having a good day at all. It's a 3v5 situation and not looking good. With Ashami in, it's going to be even more difficult, though low on health. And now Vinci really has to buckle up to the situation and has to go head on against Ween, but it's not been the same. Because so far, every 1v1 between Ween and Vince, we saw what happened. But meanwhile, I am Noob had a different story altogether. Getting a big one, followed by the second. And the Sterling SMG has rolled heavily, unfortunately being taken down. I am Noob gets the second. This is where I've spoken about the player that he gets the best on the time. Vinci providing the essential support. Ween almost low, almost taken out. It's Iron Square for the player. Both waiting for the semi. He's been taken out. The moment is here. I believe so it's going to happen. But if 1v1 and if Ween gets the 1v2 done, that would be deadly for sure. Extremely low. All that is needed is a craze of a bullet or even a splash damage, and that happened. I am no with that beautiful 3K, getting the map, getting the round, getting the series into the name. Oh my goodness, that's been a nail-biting moment, and it is done. Kudos, congratulations, very well played, Won't Stop Picking.
And Won't Stop Picking will be your second semi-finalist, making it all the way to the grand finals against the Sea Warriors yesterday. But this was definitely a closer chase than the first semifinals that we did conduct, and it was map Peeps who entered the third map. And I'm Noob stepped up huge for a lot of these games. I like the defense
Yes.
coming in. The setup was nice, and you can just even see in the instant replays, it looked like Blitz had a commanding start to the game according to how they played. This is a very cheeky angle that's very lovely to play through. They open it up, like Blitz even prevents like the hatches from opening. You get nice cheeky kills, but then WSP adapts. They go from dirt instead. They get the kills over there. Then Blitz adapts as well. They start putting pressure dirt side. They put Fenrir's in blue, and they do a fantastic job of that. It's the attack part where Blitz were lacking quite simply. They ended the half 3-3, mind you, so it was also WSP picking it up quite significantly in the first half.
Yes, and a lot of plans that's been executed went into the favor and as they have expected, anticipated. At the same point of time, there have been certain areas from where I'm kind of like disappointed with Won't Stop Picking today. Maybe they were saving in all of the action for tomorrow because they didn't want to go all in as they normally do. Um, the calculated aggression that I've been waiting for, which was done at the same point of time, the aggression levels which I normally see from Won't Stopping, that was kind of like missing. So probably it could be so that they entirely walked in with a different strategy, and whatever be the strategy, that has definitely worked. And it's been a nail biting situation. Three maps. Normally we see the 2-0 sort of situation from the team, and today they gave the full entertainment package that we and the audience have walked in for. Now, talking about Blitzkrieg, huge respect to the team because the way everything has been executed, it's like precise and beautiful to watch for, particularly from Ashami, from Ween, and then the things which Sparko and Ion's player have done, joined in by Sprint. It's like F Symphony to go for.
It is. Shami was very, very good, I would say, throughout the entire series, especially on Cafe as well. He walks in a lot of times, gets those picks. On the Ash, I think he's pretty good. The Blackbeard, I think, is something that they have to watch out from the future from this man as well, because they left it open and he did abuse it quite a few times before they had to ban it with their last and third and final ban heading into the competition. But that is the summary for map 3 over here. When even though he got 10 kills, died 10 times, it is him and Ashabi the only one with double digits on that side. Unfortunately, Dark Lord not having the best of map. Desmond stepping it quite a bit up. I am Noob definitely is in contention for playing one of the best series he has played so far. And I think this is going to be a banger of grand finals if it's going to be Won't Stop Peaking against Hasib Warriors.
Oh, yes, it's going to be a big one for sure. Now, if you remember, I told you today it's going to be quite an entertaining gameplay, and the teams, the players have very well delivered the same. I'm quite impressed and quite excited for tomorrow as well. So, got to see. Meanwhile, talking about the numbers, big ones on the board, some numbers that I did not expect. Kind of like disappointed a little bit, a teeny tiny bit with Vinci. Maybe today is not their day because every esports player kind of sort of like faces them one day or the other, and probably that's the case with Vinci. A lot of 1v1s have been, didn't turn in the favor, particularly against Wien. It can be because of the position, it can be because of the situation. Factors are included.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. There are a lot of things that contribute to any day of how any esports player will be playing over there. You're just not feeling right, your hands not set over
True.
there, and as well as sometimes it's just about you lack make one small area, you have a slight mental boom as well heading into further into season,
Yeah.
and that can degrade you further on, just skill wise. You won't perform to your utmost best ability. But other than that, I think Ven and Ashami definitely, like you've been pointing out, did amazing for Blitz. Both almost got a 30k bomb each as well, much higher than the rest of their team. As well as Parko put in his numbers, I am Noob on the other hand, 26 kills, 21 deaths, only Buckinator 23 kills, 22 deaths. So Buckinator, Desmond, and I am Noob showing up, and then Dark Lord was good. I didn't see, like you said, a bit of the black sheep today, but maybe we'll see tomorrow how well this man can perform. Can he live up to the name that he is? Because I also expect big things from him. A couple of times he was looking for a good place, but most of the time, unfortunate timing, just not seeming like he was at his best, and he pays the price. He goes 19 kills, but 24 deaths is huge compared to those kill numbers. But all in all, well played by Won't Stop Peaking. Congratulations for making it to the grand finals. And that best of 5 tomorrow, I think that is a series where all 5 maps are going to be played.
All 5 maps, that itself raises the excitement levels to the next stage, and I'll be definitely looking forward for the same. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we have Hasib Warriors playing against Won't Stop Peaking. These teams have went head on with each other quite good number of times, and I have seen the most explosive gameplays amongst these teams. So what happens to the tomorrow gonna happen tomorrow, so be ready, join us tomorrow for more action, and before you join in, have a big bucket of popcorn ready. Okay, don't throw it away when you see those sea words popping in and when the bodies are like flying around. But be ready, it's going to be quite entertaining, believe me or not. It happened here and it will happen again.
Yeah, map 5, I think definitely on the pictures. But that's it for today from me, Madness, as well as Santa. That was the semifinal to the grand finals tomorrow. Don't miss out. It's going to be starting at a slightly earlier time. So get your schedule ready. Subscribe to the channel so you know exactly when it's going to be starting. And we will see you in the grand finals between Hasib Warriors and Won't Stop Peaking tomorrow.
you